A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Songs of the Martin Men, fun with Arthur Treacher and Dave Willock as Tugwell, the Warner Brothers star Jack Carson. When a person is bitten by the Christmas bug, there's no cure for it. The first symptom the victim shows is extreme cheerfulness. From that point on, the fever rises. Anything can happen, and it probably will to Jack Carson.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun. Gee, it's fun addressing Christmas cards, isn't it, Tugwell?
Well, not for me, Uncle Jack. All the ones you write, I have to do over on account of your spelling. It may come as a shock to you, but Seattle is not 2 words.
It isn't? I thought it was. Seattle's such a big town.
Hey, Uncle Jack, these plain cards are much better than the ones you sent out last year.
Well, I still think that idea I had for cards last year was very novel. Just a modest, full-length picture of me that said, Merry Christmas from Jack Carson, the self-made man.
Yeah, they all came back marked, stay on the job and finish the job.
Don't exaggerate. That only happened on 50 of them. Well, I'll address the card to Cousin Louie.
Okay. Hey, Uncle Jack, what's it like where Cousin Louie lives?
I've told you time and again, Tugwell, he's staying at a very exclusive resort.
Well, I looked through all the sportsmen's magazines, and I can't find any place called the San Quentin Country Club.
Well, it's there, and Cousin Louie has a very important position. It's sort of government work.
Oh. Is he frozen on the job?
Well, yes, in a way. Why do you ask?
Well, in his last letter, he said it'd be a cold day when he got out.
Yes, well, never mind. Was there any mail for me this morning?
Yeah, here's a Christmas card from one of the stores.
Well, that's nice. Probably an appreciation of my patronage. Let me see it. Oh, it's from Bullock's. Bullock's Fine Department Store wishes you Christmas cheer galore. As you eat your turkey and candied yams, please remember you owe us 30 clams. What a sweet thought. Was there any other mail, Tugwell?
Yeah, there's a letter from home. Haven't you read it yet?
No, let me see it.
Here.
Oh, it's from my dad. He says, Dear Jack, well, it's Christmas time, and we certainly miss you. Too bad you can't be here for Christmas. Last night, Mother and I sat for a half hour and looked at your vacant chair. Gee. Then we went out and saw your latest picture. We should have stayed home and looked at your vacant chair. I know how Dad means that. Remember, son, no matter where you go, there will always be a light burning in the window at home for you. P.S. The electric bill is enclosed. Gee, Tugwell, I wish we were going back to Milwaukee for Christmas. Gee, the snow and the crisp, cold air, and the way I used to sing Christmas carols under people's windows.
Well, you can sing under people's windows here, too, Uncle Jack.
Yes, but somehow it's not the same.
You mean here they don't throw pennies?
Yes. No. It's not the money anyway, Tugwell. Well, it's the Christmas spirit that's missing. Gee, what I'd give to be back east right now and have a real old-fashioned Christmas.
Hello, Master Tugwell. Hello, Master Carson.
Oh, hello.
What's the matter, sir? You look terribly depressed.
Well, I don't know.
I haven't seen you so broken up since you made a mistake and paid me my salary in American money.
Preacher, this is no time to be financial.
My salary is so small, sir.
Preacher, you can't think of it that way. Think of what you receive when it's measured in the milk of human kindness.
Even that is condensed, sir.
Preacher, I'm surprised that you have so little of the Yuletide spirit.
Oh, it's understandable, sir. You see, I come from a very poor family, and Christmas never meant very much to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you really poverty-stricken?
Yes, sir, yes. but we did the best we could. We had a fireplace, but we couldn't afford a genuine fire, so we had to improvise one.
You did?
Yes. What a calamity it was when Santa Claus came down the chimney and backed into Papa's blowtorch.
What happened?
Jet propulsion.
Gee, Treacher, it's too bad you couldn't have enjoyed a real Wisconsin Christmas. Remember how it used to be, Tug?
Yeah, first we'd decorate the tree, and then we'd tie some presents up, and then we'd light the tree, and then we'd tie up some more presents.
Then those pretty girls from across the street would come over.
Yeah, and then we'd tie you up.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, we used to have fun. What I'd give to be back there and then...
I have a capital idea, sir.
What?
Why, if you can't go to Milwaukee, why not bring Milwaukee here?
Hey, what are you talking about, Treacher?
Why, recreate the atmosphere. Decorate the place here just like your parlor back home.
Say, Treacher, that's a sensational idea. We could throw some salt around on the front walk to look like snow, and we'll get a real Christmas tree.
Hey, gee, that'll be swell. You know, that orange tree we had last year was no good. We had to hang a hot water bottle on it every time we got a frost warning.
Yeah, and that fairy on top of the tree looks silly stuck in a smudge pod. Yeah. I'll call up the store and get one right now.
Well, I don't think they're as easy to get as they are back east, Uncle Jack.
Just leave it to me. I'll handle this.
Hello, Randall Supermarket.
Hello, I'd like to buy a Christmas tree.
Christmas tree? One moment. I'll connect you with our drugstore. Hello, drug department.
Hello, I would like a nice green fir tree about 6 feet tall with full branches, and I don't want to pay over 25 cents.
You're a stranger in California, aren't you, Bub? I have a very nice tree here that we're selling a lot of. It's 3 feet tall, and it sells for only $20.
$20? Well, how many branches?
2, but they come extra.
Not your price is pretty unreasonable.
Unreasonable? Do you know where we have to go to get these trees? Clear out to the Los Angeles city limits.
You mean...
Yes, Southern Oregon.
Haven't you got something a little less expensive?
Well, you might be interested in our Palm Springs model. That's $1.25.
Well, what is it?
A cactus tree complete with one cack.
Hello. Oh, he hung up on me. I'd have to buy my tree from him anyway. I'll get one someplace. Come on, we got to start decorating this place. Creature, you start frosting the windows so it'll look like Milwaukee, and I'll go and see if I can.
Freddie Martin, his saxophone, and his orchestra in the holiday favorite, Jingle Bells.
Mrs. Martin. Hello, Freddie.
Hello, Jack.
Come on in. Come on in.
Freddie and I came over to thank you for inviting us to your party. Well, Mr. Carson, you've changed your entire living room around, haven't you?
Yes, Mrs. Martin. You see, this room is exactly the way our living room is in Milwaukee. My Christmas party is going to be a real Milwaukee party.
You know, Mr. Carson, Milwaukee must be a pretty small place. I've never heard of it. Tell me, just where is Milwaukee?
Well, Mrs. Martin, have you never seen a map? Surely you know that New York City is on the East Coast.
Yes.
And Los Angeles, of course, is on the West Coast.
Yes.
Well, everything in between is Milwaukee. In fact, Milwaukee is one of the biggest, if not the biggest city in the United States.
Well, what's the population?
Never mind, Freddie. We don't have to get technical. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, all right, then. What's the population?
Dutch and Irish.
Freddie means how many people?
At least 10 or 12 million.
Listen, Jack, I played there, and I happen to know that the population is only 400,000.
400? When were you there?
4 weeks ago.
Well, Freddie, people have children, you know.
Well, it must be a very interesting city.
Milwaukee, you might be interested to know, is a big manufacturing center.
Well, what do they manufacture?
Oh, lots and lots of things.
Well, what, for instance?
Well, cheese.
What else?
Cottage cheese.
Is that all they have back in Milwaukee?
Oh, how ridiculous. Of course not.
Well, what do they eat besides cheese?
Crackers. Furthermore, I'm getting tired of this questioning. For your information, Wisconsin is an internationally famous dairy center, and that's why all the people there are so healthy. Now, when I was a kid, I had milk for breakfast, milk for lunch, milk for dinner, and 8 glasses of milk between meals.
Were you born there?
Mrs. Martin, in Wisconsin, you're not born, you're homogenized.
Well, we didn't mean to get you upset, Mr. Carson. Come on, Freddie. We'll see you later. Goodbye.
Such people. Well, Tugwell.
What is it, Uncle Jack?
I got a list made out of all things to get at the market now.
All right.
I got a turkey, cranberries, plums for a plum pudding. Oh, boy, what a Christmas party this is going to be. Won't all of our guests be surprised this year?
Yeah, this year you're serving food.
Yeah. Now, let me see. Did I leave anything off this list?
Gee, Uncle Jack, you're really serious about making this a real Milwaukee Christmas, aren't you?
I certainly am. Now, the only thing missing is snow. The downy softness of white, lovely snow. You know, there's nothing more beautiful than a snowflake.
Oh, Uncle Jack, stop it. You sound like Vitamin Flintheart.
Tugwell, we've got to do something about getting some snow.
Well, why don't we do like they do in the movies?
How's that?
You know, use shaved ice.
Oh, sure, shaved ice. That's a
Yeah.
wonderful idea. Hand me the phone. Boy, we'll really make this look like a Milwaukee Christmas. Shaved ice for snow.
Hello, California Ice Company.
Hello, this is Jack Carson speaking. Do you happen to have a large quantity of ice?
Oh, sure. We have 40,000 tons in our ice box.
Ah, good.
But you can't have it.
40,000 tons in your ice boxes and I can't have any? Are you mad?
No, we're defrosting.
Well, look, this is very important. Where can I get 1,000 cakes of ice right away?
Well, we made a large delivery yesterday to the Tutti Frutti Cake and Ice Cream Company, Fitzroy 5103. Call them. They're practically snowbound.
Oh, this is swell. I'm getting excited about that. I'll get a real Christmas tree and snow. Boy.
Hello, Tutti Frutti Cake and Ice Cream Company.
Hey, this is Jack Carson. I would like to order 1,000 cakes.
Hey, you ordering the ice now, Uncle Jack?
Yeah, be quiet.
What'd you say?
I say, this is Jack Carson. I'd like to order 1,000 cakes.
Very well, I'll send a man right over to see you.
Who was that, Harry?
Jack Carson, the movie and radio star. He wants 1,000 cakes.
Have we got the ingredient?
Yeah, if we cut them down to 2 layers and leave out the eggs.
Okay, I'll go over and see him.
I'm Mr. Douglas from the Tutti Frutti Cake and Ice Cream Company. Mr. Carson sent for me.
Oh, yes, come in, Mr. Douglas. You know, Mr. Carson is very excited about this Christmas party he's giving, so give him anything he wants. He'll pay you, eventually.
Preacher, is that the man from the Cake and Ice Cream Company?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carson. What can I do for you?
I'd like to have 1,000 cakes.
Fine. What size?
Oh, about 100 pounds apiece.
100 pounds apiece?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Carson, we have the nickel size and the family size and the giant triple-decker, but this is ridiculous. Do you want them with whipped cream?
No, just plain. I want to shave them first.
That won't be necessary. Our cakes are fresh. Now, where do you want them delivered?
Well, just spread them out in the front lawn.
The front lawn?
Yeah. I want to put on my overshoes, get out in that field of white, and feel that crunch.
Oh, then you'll want nuts on top.
No, just plain. If it gets too slippery, I'll sprinkle ashes all over it. I may even want to scoop up a handful and throw it in somebody's face for a laugh.
What am I laughing at?
You know what else we can do? We can build a fort out of it like we did when I was a kid in Milwaukee and hide behind it.
You'd better hide somewhere, brother.
Ah, those were the days. In fact, you know what I used to do back in Milwaukee?
What?
I used to roll in it. We all used to roll in it.
What kind of a town is Milwaukee?
You know, I'm glad you asked me that. Sit down. As you may or may not know, Milwaukee is situated on the shores of Lake Michigan. And in order to keep the waters of Lake Michigan from flooding all of Milwaukee, they built a big dike. Now, without that big dike, Milwaukee would be nothing. In the year 1879, a little hole appeared in the dike. By an amazing coincidence, a little Dutch boy was passing by. This little Dutch boy put his finger in the hole in the dike and saved the city of Milwaukee.
You know, Mr. Carson, I'm making a special trip to Milwaukee tomorrow.
You are?
When the train pulls into the station, I'm going to jump off the train.
Yes.
Run down the platform.
Yes.
Jump into a taxi cab.
Yes.
Dash out to the dike.
Yes.
And pull that kid's finger out of the hole.
Well, Tugwell, we're all set for our old-fashioned Christmas party. The house really looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does, Uncle Jack. But isn't it too bad we don't have any gasoline to start the fire in the fireplace?
Yeah, too bad.
Do you remember 2 years ago when Uncle George was here and we started the fire with gasoline?
Yeah, I'll never forget Uncle George. I must read his book, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo.
Hey, Uncle Jack, by the way, you going to use those Christmas booby traps you used on the girls back in Milwaukee?
Christmas booby traps I use on the girls?
Yeah, you know, the mistletoe spiked with chloroform.
Tugwell. Don't be silly. I don't need anything like that. Besides, it's time that you realize, well, that your Uncle Jack is a great lover.
You are?
Absolutely. Why, I'm like Marvin Mitchell is in Toledo, Ohio.
Who on earth is Marvin Mitchell?
I don't know, but he's hot stuff in Toledo, Ohio. Now, Tugwell, before the guests arrive.
Mr. Carson, sir.
Yes, Street.
You had some instructions for me about the party?
Oh, yes, Street Preacher. Now, I didn't have a butler when I lived in Milwaukee, so, Preacher, when the people arrive, I want you to announce them like this. Announcing Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Martin. And announcing Mr. and Mrs. Horace Peabody. And you understand.
Oh, yes, sir. But there's just one thing, sir. When the party gets rough...
Yes?
You want me to announce the cops,
Yeah,
too?
Preacher. There'll be enough of that. And remember, just say announcing Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Martin. And not, here come the bums now. There's someone at the door. Go answer.
Announcing Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Martin, and not here come the bums now.
Preacher. I'm sorry. Hello, Mrs. Martin. Hello, Freddie.
How are you, Mr. Carson? My, but your house looks lovely.
Thank you, and I'm so glad you could come to my party. I think it was very sweet of you.
Oh, think nothing of it, Jack. We figured you might pass out cigarettes.
Freddie, that's no attitude to have. Besides, haven't you ever heard of the cigarette shortage? Oh, it's not that bad. It's not, eh? Well, for your information, they have just changed the name of Tobacco Road to Corn Silk Boulevard. Now, what do you say we have some good old-fashioned fun?
Okay, where are the old fashions?
Buddy, I'm not going to serve old-fashioned.
Mr. Carson, I thought you were going to have some entertainment.
Oh, we are, yeah. A little later on, as a matter of fact, I'm going to sing. What do you think of that?
Better serve old-fashioned.
Well, you don't start anything now. You're liable to get hurt.
Oh, yeah? I bet you wouldn't say that to me if my orchestra boys were here.
That's another thing, Freddie. From now on, I wish you'd stop referring to your orchestra boys as the master race.
Hey, Uncle Jack, isn't it about time some of the other guests were arriving?
Yeah, it is, Doug. What picture ought to be...
Announcing Mrs. Peabody and her daughter, Phoebe.
Oh, boy, my girl, Phoebe.
Also announcing Mr. J. Walter Thompson and Sadie.
Huh?
And Mr. Stuyvesant Van Pester the second and their son, Stinky the
Treacher,
third.
that's enough. Stop making up names.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carson.
How do you do? Hello, Mrs. Peabody.
Jack.
Merry Christmas, Phoebe. Gee, you look wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Do you like my new dress? It's a cocktail dress.
Cocktail dress?
Yes.
Well, it looks like you were poured into it.
Oh, Mr. Carson, I'm wearing a cocktail dress, too.
Yes, but you forgot to say when.
Why, the very idea.
Hey, Uncle Jack, now that the party's warming up a bit, what do you say we play some games?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Let's play post office. Would you like to play post office, Jack? Well?
Hubba, 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 hubba.
Hey, Uncle Jack, maybe I'm too young, but how do you play post office?
Well, it's like this, Doug. Phoebe will be the postmaster.
Yes, I'll be the postmaster. Then I'll go into a dark closet. Then I'll call out Jack's name.
That's right. Then I'll go into the dark closet with Phoebe.
Well, then what do you do, Uncle Jack?
Then I mail a letter.
Well, you asked a silly question, you got a silly answer.
Oh, Doug, well, stop. Now, listen, everybody, I have an idea.
Oh, that's no fun.
Wait a minute. Have you ever
Oh,
played...
certainly, last New Year's Eve.
Yeah, but not the way we play.
We played it that way, too.
Well, let me finish.
Yes, at the finish, everybody falls down.
Oh, it's no use.
No, you can't get scotch anyway.
Fine thing in my own house, I can't say anything.
Mr. Carson, sir?
Yes, Peachy?
This being an old-fashioned party, I brought down my violin. I thought we might have a square dance.
Patricia, you're English. Where on earth did you ever learn?
Oh, Mr. Carson, we have squares in England, too, sir.
Jack,
I can see.
I think a square dance would be lots of fun.
You do, Phoebe?
Oh, yes, Jack. Doing anything with you is wonderful.
Oh.
You're so big and strong and handsome.
Oh, Phoebe, you're just saying that because it's true.
Mr. Carson, sir, when you've finished mooning over the mountains, we'll start the square dance.
Oh, yeah, the square dance. Well, come on, everybody. Get your partners for the square dance. Ready? Let's go. Swing your partners left and right. Come on, folks, and don't get tight. Swing 'em out and swing 'em in. Howdy, folks. How have you been? Take your gals and make 'em jolly. Tip your hat and clang your trolley. Walk around and take your place and jump right in their first space. Take it easy, whoa there, Nellie. Bend right down and touch your toe. Dog my dog and cat my cats. 1, 2, 3, and Adam's hats. Sashay left and sashay right. Sashay left and sashay right. Sashay left and sashay right. Sashay left and sashay right.
Hey, Uncle
Sashay
Jack,
left
Uncle
and
Jack.
sashay right.
Hey, Uncle Jack, what's the matter?
My sashay's stuck.
Jack,
Huh?
Jack, will you sing a song for me?
Oh, I'd be glad to, Phoebe.
Oh, thanks.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the one I used to know, where the treetops hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. With every Christmas I write, may your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Well, another Christmas is almost here. We did a little kidding about it tonight, but I honestly do wish, and I know you do too, that it could be a real old-fashioned Christmas. We know that cannot be until all of our folks come back home again. So to all you fellas and girls over there who can hear me now, we join you in our hearts in hoping for a Christmas as it used to be, and we pray will be soon again. And now we'd like you to join us in song while we all sing White Christmas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good evening. This is Joseph Cotton. John Garfield.
Gene Kelly.
And Gregory Peck, speaking for Casablanca's Hollywood Players. We invite you now to listen to a new play written especially for this Christmas night, 1946. And for a new young star whom we've asked to be with us and play the lead. One of these days you'll be seeing her name in those big white lights. But tonight is her first appearance on the air, Miss Janet Leigh. Janet Leigh, a new play in our humble selves. It's a Christmas gift to our listeners everywhere. Gratefully presented by
Cresta,
BLANCA.
Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. The Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players. Each week a great star. Each week a great show. Tonight and every Wednesday night, Cresta Blanca brings you its Hollywood Players, a company of Hollywood's greatest stars. Claudette Colbert, Betty Davis, Joan Fontaine, Paulette Goddard, and all four of whom are with us tonight, Joseph Cotton, John Garfield, Gene Kelly, and Gregory Peck.
The Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players are presented for your enjoyment by a great name in wine, Schenley's Cresta Blanca wine. Now, as their Christmas gift for 1946, the Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players present All Through the House, a new radio play written especially for tonight's show by Russell Hughes, and starring in her first radio role, Janet Leigh. There's something about the Christmas season that imparts a psychic feeling to people, puts them in touch, so to speak, with others. Somehow the spirit is reflected in their faces, ruddied by the wind. It shines in a smile for a stranger, a greeting given to one who is just passing. It speaks in the crisp voice of snow packed underfoot. It rings in the bells of the Santa Clauses and Salvation Army lassies posted at corners. That's the way it should be, and that's the way it is. You walk up Fifth Avenue in New York, past the gaily decorated windows, past Central Park, shining white in the crystal and coverlet. You look at the windows of the big houses, each with its Christmas wreath, its vari-colored tree, and then you come to one. No wreath, no lights in the windows. That's the Cortlandt place. 25 rooms of dullness. Inside, there are the three Cortlandt brothers, Gregory, Jean, and John, and their butler, Joseph. This is where you doff your Christmas spirit. Check it at the door. And you can listen to Joseph speaking to his employers.
I simply carried out your father's wish, gentlemen, that's all.
Well, it's funny you waited until now to do it.
I thought having the girl here for the Christmas holidays would be nice, Mr. Jean.
For whom? Why should I have to put up with this urchin?
You? What makes it any tougher on you than on me? I don't want her around either.
Nevertheless, Mr. John, Mr. Gregory, she's coming tomorrow afternoon.
Look, I don't see that it's any concern of ours.
The girl is the daughter of your father's best friend.
And what difference does that make?
Simply that your father would have liked the girl to be here for the holidays, Mr. John.
And you took it upon yourself to invite her here.
Yes, Mr. Gregory.
Oh, I wish I could fire you, Joseph. Unfortunately, Father's will prevents that.
Look, I'm bored with this bickering. I'm going upstairs to my laboratory, and I don't wish to be disturbed for anything. Understand, Joseph? Anything.
I thought perhaps the three of you could make the girl feel at home, a Christmas present, so to speak.
Well, you invite it or you handle things. I've got nothing to do with it.
Okay, I'm getting it out of my hair, too. You play Santa Claus, Joseph. So long.
Mr. Jean, perhaps you could...
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Joseph. My two charming brothers wash their hands of it tonight.
Why can't you three get along?
Because we don't like each other.
But the girl, at least make it pleasant for her.
What for? Well, now I'm going out and try to forget that I saw both of my brothers in one evening. And, Joseph, when that girl gets here, keep her away from me.
Oh, Miss Janet.
I thought I'd come down a little early, Joseph.
I see. Is your room comfortable?
Oh, it's wonderful, Joseph.
Well, dinner's ready if you care to sit down now, Miss Janet.
Oh, no, I'll wait for them. I've been waiting all day to meet them. Oh, they'll be here soon, won't they?
Well, they're...
Why, there's only one place set at the table.
That's a very beautiful gown, Miss Janet.
Do you like it? I bought it especially. I guess the New York stores have better things than we do in Wisconsin, Michigan, but it was the best I could get.
Well, it's beautiful, and so are you.
Will they like me, Joseph? It was so wonderful of them to invite me here. It was just like getting a beautiful Christmas present before Christmas.
I hope it is, Miss Janet.
What?
Sit here, won't you, please?
But I want to wait for them.
They won't be here for dinner.
Won't be here, but...
They asked me to excuse them.
Oh, they're busy.
They're busy, yes.
Oh, I guess I look kind of silly then, all dressed up like this.
No, I said you were beautiful. I meant it. Please, sit down.
Joseph.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Janet. That's Mr. John, and I...
Oh, then I can meet him now.
Miss Janet, please. Miss Janet.
Hello, Uncle John.
Oh, hello.
I'm Janet Leigh, and I...
Oh, Joseph.
Oh, yes, Mr. John.
If any calls come for me, take them, will you?
Yes, sir.
Good. See you later.
Oh, but wait, please.
Well?
Oh, I just wanted to thank you for letting me come here. It was really wonderful. I didn't expect anything like it.
Sure. Make yourself at home. See you later.
Won't you come back into the dining room, Miss Janet?
But he didn't give me a chance to tell him that I... Why did he treat me like that?
Miss Janet, now please, have your dinner and forget all about it.
Oh, I didn't know there was anyone in here.
Well, it's all right. I was just sitting here in the library.
Oh, I just came in to get a book.
I'm Janet Lee.
What?
I'm Janet Lee.
I see. Excuse me, I want that book.
This one?
Oh, no, I'll get it myself.
Are you Uncle Gene?
That, Miss Lee, is a misfortune that fate has spared me. Biological circumstance made him my brother. Beyond that, I'm not to blame. Please excuse me.
Oh, just a minute.
Yes, what now?
Well, you must be Gregory.
What of it?
Well, it was very kind of you and your brothers to invite me here for Christmas.
Who told you that?
Well, didn't you?
No.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
You're Gene.
Well, unless there's a ringer in the family, I'm Gene. So, you're the girl, huh?
Yes.
Well, okay, have a good time. Enjoy yourself. Good night.
Oh, but wait.
Huh?
Well, I wanted to talk to you.
Well, some other time, huh? So long.
Well, met all three of them now, Miss Janet.
Oh, Joseph. Yes, I've met them.
I'm sorry it had to be this way.
They didn't invite me here, did they?
No. No, they didn't.
Gregory told me.
He would.
Why didn't you tell me, Joseph? I wouldn't have come if I thought they didn't want me.
I wanted to, but I thought things would work out.
Oh. Joseph, what's the matter with them?
It's a long story. Money, for one. Since their father died, they've drifted apart. Each one lives for himself and by himself.
I shouldn't have come then.
Perhaps not, but I thought that someone else in this house would make them realize what they are doing to themselves and to each other.
You love them, don't you, Joseph?
I remember them as they were a long time ago. I try to convince myself that they're the same boys who used to... Oh, it's no use.
Can I do something?
You'd only get a slap in the face for your trouble as I did.
Joseph, tomorrow's Christmas Eve, isn't it?
All over the world. All over the world with the exception of this dark blot in the middle of Manhattan.
Maybe I can make a Christmas Eve here, too.
Can't be done.
Oh, but I'm going to try, Joseph. I'm going to try.
Yeah? Who is it?
It's Jan, Uncle John.
Now what?
Well, I didn't get much of a chance to talk to you last night.
Well, start talking.
Oh, what's this?
Racing form.
Oh, what's it for?
I've often wondered about that myself. Funny man, huh?
No.
Now, look, kid, you didn't come in here at 9 o'clock in the morning, mate, with the funny cracks, did you? What's on your mind? Comfortable? The room all right? You need money? You want anything?
Oh, no, but I...
Well, what now?
Oh, Tennyson's Complete Works.
Put that down.
Do you read Tennyson?
No, the window rattles. I tear pages out of the book to stuff it in the cracks.
The pages are all marked.
Put it down, I said.
And this is your handwriting on the margins.
It's not.
It's the same handwriting on the racing form.
Beat it, will you?
Come away. No more of mirth is there, or merrymaking sound. The house was builded of the earth, and shall fall again to ground. That's the deserted house. You like that, don't you?
Not particularly.
You've got it marked and underlined.
I did that a long time ago.
It's like this house, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, why do you say that?
Listen. All within is dark as night. In the windows there is no light, and no murmur at the door, so frequent on its hinge before. I'm going away this afternoon.
Going away? Well, why? Don't you like it here?
No. All through the house, it's like this poem. Oh, I remember at home, on Christmas Eve, we had a big tree with presents under it.
Well, what's so wonderful about that? We used to have it here, too.
Did you? What happened?
Happened? Oh, I don't know.
I'd love to see a big tree in the living room downstairs, wouldn't you?
With those brothers of mine?
Janet, that's like a long shot that never comes in.
Oh, but you'd like it, wouldn't you?
So what if I would?
Well, I wonder if we couldn't have one.
What are you talking about?
A tree with lights?
Don't be funny, Janet.
They wouldn't have to know if you'd be ashamed.
They're never home.
Well, then why couldn't we have Christmas Eve together?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not.
What do you take me for?
For a man who wants to do something like that, but won't admit it. Or you wouldn't mark this poem if you hadn't.
Look, kid, don't rub it in.
Please, Uncle John, can't we do it?
But,
Well, your brothers won't be here. You know that.
Well, you wouldn't tell.
Oh, no.
Okay. You got yourself a date, Janet.
Who is it?
Janet?
Go away.
Please, may I come in for a moment?
Well?
Oh, laboratory.
Well, now that you've demonstrated an enormous discerning power by recognizing the accoutrements of a scientific laboratory, perhaps you'll state your business and get out.
It looks so interesting.
It is to me.
I took chemistry in high school.
Well, congratulations. I trust you were able to pour water from one beaker to another without disastrous results.
Well, I got as far as qualitative analysis, but the valence tables always did get away from me.
Valence tables? You know something about it?
Oh, just a little. Of course, Mr. Harkins, that was my professor, said that I should go on with it. I was going to do research in metallurgy if I did. And then Dad died, and...
Oh, I see.
It would have been very interesting to come up here and watch you work.
Would have been.
Yes, but I'm leaving this afternoon.
Leaving what for? You just got here yesterday.
Well, I know, but... John...
John, what about him?
Oh, nothing.
Well, go on. What did that evolutionary mistake have to say?
Oh, it's not what he said so much as the way he acted.
Acted? How?
Well, I don't want to say anything about it.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, he acted as though he didn't want me here.
Oh? Look here, Janet, you stay as long as you want. Pay no attention to John.
But if...
I said stay as long as you want. One crack out of him, and I'll be very pleased to bounce him around the room a little.
You?
Now, what's the matter with me?
Well, you don't look tough.
Janet, I may wear spectacles. I look a little on the seedy side, but in college I won the light heavyweight championship. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to exercise a comeback to the title on either one of my brothers.
Thank you, Uncle Gregory.
You're welcome.
Do you stay in here all day?
Oh, it's a secure retreat for my brothers. Why?
Well, I was wondering about tonight.
Tonight?
Christmas Eve.
Oh. Well?
Don't you have a tree?
Tree? Oh, well, a long time ago.
Why don't you give yourself a holiday tonight? We can have a tree in the living room.
Oh, but John and Jean...
But they won't be home, will they?
Well, that's true. All right, Janet. We'll have our Christmas Eve.
Who is it?
It's me, Janet.
Wait a minute. What's the matter?
Was that you playing the piano?
No, it wasn't.
You have a piano in your room.
Yes, I do.
Oh, I didn't know you played. Well, I mean, no one told me.
What do you want?
Oh, nothing. You were in such a hurry last night. I didn't get a chance to tell you how much I appreciated you letting me come here for the holidays.
Oh, it's all right. Is that all?
I play the piano a little.
Yeah?
I love music. Of course, I don't play real well, but Dad likes to hear me.
Oh, go ahead, play something.
Oh, no, I'm just an amateur.
Do I look like Paderewski?
Oh, you're lots of fun.
Sure. Well, you've got 10 fingers. Why pick on one?
You play for me.
Oh, what, for example?
Anything.
You didn't happen to see my brothers around, did you?
Yes, I saw them.
Oh.
Aren't you going to play?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I don't want to.
Oh. Weren't you playing Silent Night when I knocked at the door?
Now, why should I play that?
Because tonight's Christmas Eve.
Oh, it is?
Didn't you know?
Well, I had a vague idea it was December, but...
I remember when I was little. I used to play the piano on Christmas Eve.
So did I, in front of uncles, aunts,
cousins, the whole Cortland tribe.
Was it fun?
I guess so.
Don't you do it anymore?
Are you kidding?
No, why?
Look, I've got one brother who wouldn't know a note of music from one of the horses he loses money on, and the other brother smells like one of his chemicals and looks worse. Should I play for them?
I'd like you to play for me.
Why?
Because I think you'd like to play for someone, wouldn't you?
Well, okay, Janet. You hire a hall, and I'll do the rest.
Tonight?
Tonight? Why tonight?
Well, because it's Christmas Eve.
Well,
Wouldn't you like it?
I guess so, but how about...
Gregory and John?
Yes.
Oh, don't they go out?
Mm-hmm. Especially on Christmas Eve.
Then you wouldn't have to think about them.
Well, all right, Janet, it's a deal.
Yes, Mr. Gregory.
My brothers, they've all gone out.
Oh, I believe so, Mr. Gregory.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Jean.
Look, Joseph, the two Fates, are they in the house?
I think not, Mr. Jean.
Swell. Is Janet in the living room?
Not yet, Mr. Jean.
Okay. Hey, Joseph.
Oh, yes, sir?
Horseface and Thimblehead, where are they?
You mean Mr. Gregory and Mr. Jean?
Yeah.
I believe they've gone out, Mr. John.
Okay, lock the doors and don't let them back in.
Beg your pardon?
Forget it. I'll be in my room.
Yes, sir.
Joseph.
Oh, Miss Janet.
It worked.
You hope.
Oh, but it will, Joseph. They're all home. They'll all go into the living room. Oh, they're bound to be all right. It's Christmas Eve.
Yes, Christmas Eve, a fine time for a free-for-all.
Oh, don't talk like that. It'll be all right.
I hope so, Miss Janet.
Oh, I know so.
What are you doing in here? I thought you'd gone out.
I thought you had.
Well, I didn't.
So I see.
Aren't you going out?
Later.
Oh. Thought you were going out.
You said that once.
Yeah.
Oh.
John.
What'd you expect? Didn't you leave a while ago?
No.
Well, Joseph said you did.
He said you did.
Well, that's what he told me.
What's the matter with him?
Hey, is that a book you're carrying, John?
Well, what about it?
Don't tell me you can read.
Shut up.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Stop it, you two. It's bad enough to have you in the same room without starting one of your stupid arguments.
Keep your ugly face out of
Be
it.
careful, Gene.
Go on, you two, beat it.
Don't tell me to beat it, you half-baked tout. Why, you...
Well, look what he's carrying. Look what he's carrying. Tennyson's poem.
Oh, no.
Yes. Well.
Take off those glasses, you animated test tube. Take them off. Come on.
This is a moment for which I've always
Hey,
waited.
I cut in at any time.
I'll get around to you.
Come on.
Listen here, if you think...
Stop it.
Janet.
Why don't you act like grown men?
Wait a minute. Why, you double-crosser. Double-crosser? Oh, I thought there was something fishy about all three of us being home.
So, well, you've had a laugh on us, have you, Janet? Well, laugh.
How do you like that? A kid crosses us up.
So you love music, huh?
And Tennyson. Here, take the book. Read it to yourself and like it.
Miss Lee, this ill-considered joke of yours is...
Just a minute. It wasn't a joke. It was never meant to be. I just couldn't believe that brothers could act like you three and be human. Maybe I lived in a small town all my life. And maybe it did seem wonderful to come to New York. But not anymore. I wish I'd never come. I don't believe that even one of you knows what Christmas means anymore. I don't believe you ever did know, because you wouldn't have acted like this if you did. Oh, I thought that if you met on Christmas Eve that you'd like each other. That maybe you'd forget fighting and remember that you were once brothers. But I don't think that anymore. You're selfish. More selfish than anyone I've ever met before.
Gentlemen, may I add this, that you've each lived in yourselves and for yourselves so long that you're blind to any kind of thoughtful act. You've reached the point where you look with suspicion upon such a thing. And when that point is reached, nothing is left. I quit. Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Close the door, the shutters close, or through the windows we shall see the nakedness and vacancy of the dark, deserted house.
What?
Poetry, Tennyson. Do you mind?
Well, I didn't know you knew it.
No, I've known it for a long time.
That way?
That way.
Well, we managed to botch up this job for that kid.
Yeah. It hurts, doesn't it?
Right in the stomach.
We've kidded ourselves for so long that we refuse to admit an honest emotion.
Why did you come down here, Greg?
Why?
It wasn't because of her, was
I'll
it?
answer that. It wasn't entirely because of her, no. I came because I thought I could remember a long time ago when we were kids and... okay, lad.
I'm not.
I'm not either.
Greg, Gene, what happened?
Happened when?
Anytime along the road to this. Where did we hit the split between us?
I don't know.
I don't either.
What's the use in it?
Well, each of us is afraid to admit that we'd like to get together. It took that kid to do it, and we slapped her right in the teeth, so we're great guys.
Well, I'll tell her.
No, I will.
What's the matter with all three of us?
Goodbye. I didn't want to leave without saying that.
Oh, wait a
Look,
minute.
Janet,
Come in. Sit down a minute, will you?
we've got something to tell you.
Yes? I don't think you have to tell me.
Coming, Miss Janet?
No, she's not.
And neither are you, Joseph.
What are you talking about?
Nothing you can't see with your own eyes, Joseph.
Oh, I'm very glad, gentlemen.
And I was right after all. I mean, it is all right, isn't it?
Yes, it's all right.
Come here. To the piano. There. Now, play.
What? I really can't play.
But you said you could.
I was fibbing. I didn't know any other way I could... Well, I had to find something to talk about at first.
And chemistry? Valence tables?
I was awfully dumb in it. Mr. Harkins said I was the dumbest one in the class.
Mr. Hawkins is a jackass.
With 2 hits.
Here. Go ahead. Pick it out on the piano. You know, what you did this morning.
You mean this?
Yeah, that. John Gregg, you remember that?
Yeah. Why, you were about 2 feet high when I first remember you playing it.
Mother and Dad sang.
Oh, I can't play that.
Here. Move over. Now, like this.
Silent
Heard All Through the House, written especially for tonight's program and starring Janet Leigh. Her supporting players were Joseph Cotton, John Garfield, Gene Kelly, and Gregory Peck, all regular members of Shenley's Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players. They'll be back with you in just a moment. Now, Christmas Day is almost over. The carols have been sung, the stockings have been emptied, the gifts unwrapped, and the toys tried out and assigned their places on the list of favorites. Christmas dinner has been eaten. Quite a few families have taken brisk walks. Many of the Christmas parties are past. A much younger generation is in bed. Even the cars on the street seem to be hurrying home. Yes, the best holiday of all is about over for another year. But the Christmas lights are still shining. In homes all over America, the trees are still pretty. The decorations are bright. And from millions of windows, wreaths and candles and colored lights still send out their greetings. They shine out over snow-covered lawns and cotton fields, city streets and great prairies. They all say the same thing, a message not only for today, but for all the year. And now, we of Cresta Blanca join them. Here is a light in our window, too, joining the millions of lights all over America, echoing the thoughts of millions of Americans. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. And here again are Joseph Cotton, John Garfield, Gene Kelly, Gregory Peck, and Janet Lee.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Joe and John and Gene and Greg, for giving me the chance to star with all of you tonight. It's been the most wonderful Christmas gift in the world.
And one we've been happy to give. Now, there's just one more thing, Janet.
Yes?
We'd like you to sign the Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players guest book.
Oh, of course, John.
And here's the way to do it, Janet. Greg, you go ahead and lead off.
Right, Gene. Cresta?
Blanca.
Cresta Blanca.
Cresta Blanca.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you'll be sure and remember that beginning with tonight's program, the Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players will be heard each Wednesday at this new time. Kenley's Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players. Claudette Colbert, Betty Davis, Joan Fontaine, Paulette Goddard, and all four of whom appeared on tonight's show, Joseph Cotton, John Garfield, Gene Kelly, and Gregory Peck. They played supporting roles to a new young star who appeared as our special Christmas guest in a new story written especially for tonight's program, All Through the House. Janet Lee appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Secret Hunt. Joseph Cotton soon will be seen in the David O. Selznick Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. John Garfield currently may be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Humoresque. Gene Kelly appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Till the Clouds Roll By. Gregory Peck currently may be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Yearling. Our musical score was composed and conducted by Bernard Katz. Don't forget next week, Wednesday evening, at this same time, when the Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players present Fifth Avenue Girl, starring Paulette Goddard. And remember, whenever you dine, dine with wine, and make it the best wine. The Cresta Blanca Hollywood Players is a presentation of Cresta Blanca Wine Company of Livermore, California. Frank Bingman speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till you're home from the hospitals and back from over there. Season's greetings, gang. This is Ken Carpenter sending Command Performance's annual Christmas gift your way. A big, beautiful 60-minute bundle chock full of the country's top talent. For it's Christmas once more. Christmas, the day we forget our petty troubles and sorrows. Christmas, the day we try to act like charitable human beings, to act the way we should act 365 days a year. A time for friendliness, a time for laughter, or for tears. Tears of happiness. And seated before a cheerful fire in a small cottage in North Hollywood, A little girl sits listening to a wise old man. The little girl, Norma Jean Nilsson. The man, our beloved Lionel Barrymore. Lionel is reading to her.
Up the chimney he rolled. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Well, that's it.
Golly, that was nice, Mr. Barrymore.
Yeah. Do you like Christmas poems, Norma Jean?
Oh, I like everything about Christmas. The tree, the presents, Santa Claus coming to visit, and, oh, gee, just everything.
Yeah. Well, it's my favorite season, too, Norma Jean. It always has been, ever since I was a little boy.
Gee, is Christmas that old?
Well, honey, believe it or not, Christmas has been in existence even longer than I've been.
Gosh, that must be over 20 years.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you.
Mr. Barrymore, I get most of my Christmas fun out of opening my presents. What do you like best?
Well, Norma Jean, that's hard to say. You see, different people enjoy different things about Christmas. Some people like to get presents, and some of us get more of a kick out of giving. One fellow I know likes to spend his Christmas making the rounds of the hospital, giving impromptu shows.
This is Bob Christmas Command Performance Hope, telling all you American servicemen from Alaska to the Isthmus to use a certain toothpaste on your teeth, and your mouth will always have a white Christmas. Well, Christmas is here, and Christmas always seems to bring a wonderful spirit of fellowship and friendship among the men. Why, the fellows are so friendly now, if you roll a 7, you win no matter how small you are. It's true. But you know, this year Christmas is being celebrated by young Americans in freezing weather, in hot weather, damp weather, foggy weather, and some of our servicemen are outside of California, too. Thank you, you native swimmers. And you know, it's a funny thing, but the men overseas don't like to receive Christmas cards. No, sir, they get suspicious now whenever they see anything that starts with greetings. I've been mailing some cards. Sinatra mailed some Christmas cards, but he forgot to let go of them, and I had to spend 20 minutes fishing him out of the slot with a coat hanger. And you should have seen the mobs at the post office this year, and boy, did they shove you around. I stuck out my tongue to lick a stamp, and a guy from Glendale thanked me for washing his face. Well, Miss Vera Vague, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it's me in the flesh.
Well, it's patriotic to wear old things.
You know, Mr. Hoop, I think I'm going to be awfully disappointed this Christmas. I'm afraid Santa Claus is going to let me down.
Well, what makes you think Santa Claus is going to let you down?
Well, I guess nobody ever asked him for a husband before.
Are you still looking for a husband, Miss Vague?
Well, yes, I am, just up till the end of this week.
Well, then what are you going to do?
Start dredging for one.
I want to tell you, that was awfully silly asking Santa Claus for a husband. He can't bring you a husband in his bag, you know.
He can't bring me a husband in his bag?
Of course not.
Sad sack, isn't it?
Thank you, dear Meg. Thank you, darling. Get on your broom and go home. And now I'd like you to meet a man who is the greatest authority in the world on wrapping and mailing packages for Christmas, Professor Colonna.
Christmas seal.
people have different ways of enjoying Christmas. And one of the nicest things about the holiday is that it draws old friends together. People sort of get it in them to go visiting. Yeah, now that might be some visitors right now. Come in. Come in. Well, it's the Andrews sisters.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Lionel. Hello. Mr. Barrymore, which one is which? Well, Norma Jean, I'm Patty. And I'm Maxine. I'm Laverne.
All right, kids, all right. How about presenting us with a song?
Ping! Beyond the busy highway, beyond the city skies, we highly treasure and take great pleasure in our plane we curve alive. Along the pleasant byways, beneath the friendly sky. No courthouse capers, we don't serve papers to trim some other guy. Our troubles never stick. We get them over quick. Feuding and fussing and a fighting ping. Sometimes it gets to be exciting ping. Don't like them ornery neighbors down by the creek. We'll be plumb out of neighbors next week. Grandma, poor old Grandma, why'd they have to shoot for Grandma? She died deep over. Someone caught her bending over, picking up a daisy, feuding and fussing and a fighting ping. This is the wrong that needs the right ping. Let's get that funeral service over so then we can start in a feuding again. Daughter, poison over neighbors chicken. Poison over chicken. Daughter had an order. A lick till she could run like the dickens. They hit her with a shovel, feuding and fighting and a buzzing ping. No use in standing here a cousin. Let's give our daughter a pistol now that she's 4 and go feuding and a fighting. Feuding and a fighting. Feuding and a fighting some more. Feuding and a fighting. Feuding and a fighting. Feuding and a fighting. Feuding and a fighting. Ping. Feuding and a fighting some more.
Well, how'd you like that, honey?
Oh, it was marvelous and so exciting. I guess everything about Christmas is exciting, Miss Barrymore.
Yes. In fact, some people get too excited. They practically go out of their minds. For instance, you take my friends Bert and Gert.
Bert and Gert?
Yeah, known to some people as Linda Darnell and Groucho Marx.
As the story opens, we're in the living room of the Hoopendykester home. Gert, that's Linda Darnell, seems preoccupied as she sits there knitting. Bert, that's Bert, sits there reading the evening paper. The moment is tense. Suddenly, Gert speaks.
Oh, Bert.
What'd you say?
I said, Bert.
Who are you?
I'm your wife, Bert.
Oh. In relation to my wife, Gert? I wonder if you know Bert Hoopendykester.
I'm his wife.
Well, leave your name and address, and we'll let you know if anything turns up. I know your husband. Great man, Bert.
Oh, Bert, you're Bert Hoopendykester, and I'm Gertrude, your wife.
Merry Christmas. May I call you Gertrude?
Oh, Bert, there's something I must talk to you about. You see, Christmas is almost here, and, well, you haven't bought a present for our daughter.
Daughter? Whose daughter?
Our daughter. Your daughter, my daughter, our daughter.
Things are tight. I can't buy presents for all of them.
No, there's only one daughter. Our daughter, yours and mine. Bert and Gert.
Then let them get her a present. What's the girl's name?
Olive.
Olive? Who's Olive?
Our daughter, Bert.
Thought you said her name was Olive.
Oh, Bert, you're going to drive me to distraction.
Okay, but you'll have to put some gas in the car.
You've completely forgotten Christmas. And Olive. Bert, if you don't go out and get her a Christmas present, Olive's threatened to go to work in the coal mines.
What? Our Olive in the pits?
She's been eating her heart out. Oh, Bert, what if our Olive dies?
We could have her stuff.
Bert, why don't you get her some alligator shoes?
Nothing doing. Why should I buy shoes for her pets?
Oh, Bert, Olive just ran upstairs threatening to do something drastic. Oh, what was that?
That was Johnny stepping out of store windows all over the country. Oh, well. Merry Christmas, Linda.
Merry Christmas, Groucho.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Whoa, thunder, whoa.
About Christmas that makes it so wonderful.
Well, now there's,
Oh, gee, do you think that's Santa Claus?
Yeah, I don't think so, no, but we'll soon find out. Come in.
Hello.
Oh, hello, it's old Potter.
Hello, Lionel, June. I just dropped in to say Merry Christmas. I'm on my way over to the big Christmas command performance.
Oh, that's nice.
Miss Totter, what are you going to do on command performance?
Well, Sergeant Joseph Ames wrote us this letter. Can you read it?
I can try. What I'd most like to hear is a poem my mother used to read to me every Christmas Eve. And I'd like to have you do it, especially for my own 2 kids, who are over here with me now. I've forgotten what it's called, but I think it starts out, when the night grows gray and the stars are gold, when bells for Christmas ring.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing that poem myself.
Well, we did a little hunting for Sergeant Joe, and I hope this is the poem he wants. It's called On Christmas Eve.
Piled under the command performance Christmas tree, and I came upon a darling little package. On top, it looked like a military hairbrush. But when I looked a little further, I saw it was Gary Moore.
Thank you very much, my friends, and greetings, armed forces all over the world.
Say, how about me, Gary? Don't I get a greeting, too?
Hello, Dinah.
Hello, Garrison.
Dinah, why don't you fly away with me? Come out into the moonlight where we can be romantic to the beautiful strains of Schubert's Serenade, or the Moonlight Sonata, or the Beer Barrel Polka.
No. Well, hold the phone just a minute, Gary. The Beer Barrel Polka doesn't exactly make you feel romantic.
It does if you drink the beer first. But I guess you're right at that, Dinah. The Christmas season is too hectic a time for lovemaking.
Oh, been keeping you busy, huh? Gary, do you give presents to all the stars every year?
Oh, indeed I do. And this year...
Oh, you do?
Indeed I do. And this year, Dinah, for Bob Hope, I've really got a dilly of a present.
Oh, for Bob, huh? What is it? A love or...
A what? Check that again.
Is it a grew love or what? Curved to fit the wrist? I got it.
No, it's a rocking chair, and it's curved even more. So fellas just see him from the front. You can't see him from the back the way you do. But you take a few years back now, Dinah. A few years back, I gave Noel Coward a fountain pen, and he's been refilling it ever since. I gave Basil Rathbone a pipe, and he's been refilling it ever since. And come to think of it, I should never have given Crosby that baby carrot. And last but not least, Dinah, I picked out just the thing for Frank Sinatra. A lovely corsage of vitamin pills.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That Frankie boy is not as frail as he looks. Besides, I've never thought too much of vitamin pills anyway.
You haven't?
No,
Why, bless your little liver extract. And speaking of vitamins, I hear someone approaching who's loaded with them. The one and only Schnozzle himself, Jimmy Durante.
We've got to start off each day with a song.
Oh, sing it, Jimmy boy.
Now, even when things go wrong,
sing it for Christmas.
why, you feel better, you even look better. Huh? What a note. What a note. Louise. Louise. Guess they wouldn't let her in without a ticket.
Don't just stand there combing your hair.
There ain't much there, but every strand has a muscle.
Anyhow, Merry Christmas, Jim.
Merry Christmas, Junior.
And, Snob, before I go any further, I want to give you your Christmas present. Here, it's a little toy model of a sunset bus. Look, I'll show you how it runs.
I don't hear nothing.
There, now, isn't that swell? Jimmy, what happened?
What happened? I thought I saw a seat. I should stand erect, add a little class to the jump.
Well, now, Jim, inasmuch as this is an armed forces event tonight, let's do something military. Fanfare, Professor. This time, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present a stirring lecture on the United States Navy by that eminent naval authority, Rear Admiral Poop Deck Durante.
Poop deck. Even that is better than Algonquin.
And for his naval lecture, Admiral Durante has chosen the exciting title, Anchors Aweigh, or I Can Row. Can you?
That's my boy who said that. Now, wait a minute, lady. Batten down your fire. Batten down. Batten down.
3 bats, you're out.
Batten down your forecastle and put a clip in your zipper. I don't know the first thing about the Navy.
You don't? Well, you know about blondes, don't you?
Okay, so I don't know the second thing about the Navy. Besides, Junior, if you know so much about the Navy, why don't you give the lecture?
Well, I'd love to, Schnoz, but I have to leave. Now, you see, I've taken on a new job, Jimmy.
You've taken on a new job, Junior?
Yes, I've taken on a new job, Jimmy.
Well, tell me, where's your new job located, Junior?
Why, my new job is located in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Popular Poplars, Pennsylvania, Jimmy.
Your new job is located in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Poplar Poles, Pennsylvania, Junior?
Yes, my new job is located in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Popular Poplars, Pennsylvania, Jimmy.
Head for the open sea, men. There's a big blower brewing. I can go along with a gag. Tell me, who's your new job with in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Poplar Poles, Pennsylvania, Junior?
Why, my new job is with Brother Blake's Great 88-acre Pancake Bakery in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Popular Poplars, Pennsylvania, Jimmy.
Your new job is with Brother Blake's Great 88-acre Pancake Bakery in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Poplar Poles, Pennsylvania, Junior.
Yes, my new job is with Brother Blake's Great 88-acre Pancake Bakery in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Popular Poplars, Pennsylvania, Jimmy.
How many points do I need for a discharge? Tell me, who do you wait for in your new job at Brother Blake's Great 88-acre Pancake Bakery in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Poplar Poles, Pennsylvania, Junior?
Why, I work at the Flapjack Stacker and Cracker Packer at Brother Blake's Great 88-acre Pancake Bakery in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Popular Poplars, Pennsylvania, Jimmy.
You wait for the Flapjack Stacker and Cracker Packer at Brother Blake's Great 88 Pancake Bakery in a peaceful, placid, and pleasant place called Poplar Poles, Pennsylvania, Junior.
Yes, I work at the Flapjack Stacker and Cracker Packer at Brother Blake's Great 88 acre pancake baked in a peaceful, fast, and pleasant place called Pocket Apartments, Pennsylvania. Jimmy?
Curfew shall not ring tonight. But tell me, what do you do in your new job at the flapjack, a stacker, and cracker pack with Brother Blake's Great 88 acre pancake baked in a peaceful, fast, and pleasant place? I guess that's asking him.
What do I do, huh? Why, I'm a rookie sugar cookie cooker for the flapjack, stacker, and cracker pack with Brother Blake's Great 88 acre pancake baked in a peaceful, fast, and pleasant place called Pocket Apartments, Pennsylvania. Jimmy?
You're a rookie sugar cookie for the flapjack. That's Brother Blake's Great 88 pancake baked in a peaceful, fast, and pleasant place called Pocket Apartments, Pennsylvania, Junior.
Yes, I'm a rookie sugar cookie cooker for the flapjack, stacker, and cracker pack with Brother Blake's Great 88 acre pancake baked in a peaceful, fast, and pleasant place called Pocket Apartments, Pennsylvania. Jimmy?
Now I see how he does it. He leaves out the semicolon.
Fine cooking, Gary Moore and Jimmy Ratty. Now we need more decorations around here, so let's bring on a girl who really has the trimming. Come on out, Gloria DeHaven.
The moment I saw him smile, I knew he was just my style. My only regret is we've never met, for I dream of him all the while. But he doesn't know I exist, no matter how I may persist. So it's clear to see there's no hope for me. So I live at 5135 Kensington Avenue, and he lives at 5133. How can I ignore the boy next door? I love him more than I can say. He doesn't try to please me, doesn't even tease me, and he never sees me glance his way. And though I'm heart sore, the boy next door affection for me won't display. I just adore him, so I can't ignore him. The boy next door. I can't ignore him, the boy next
That's in case you can't read out there. Oh, that was wonderful, Gloria. You know, I saw you in your last picture. You had a big pet in it.
Bob, don't you mean part?
Pet.
Part.
Pet.
Part.
Stick around after the program. I'll show you what I mean. Gloria, did you get the present I sent you, the sweater?
Sweater? Was that little thing a sweater?
Sure. What did you think it was, a pot holder? It's all in your mind.
Why, yes, and I thought how nice it was of you to give up one of your girdles.
Just a thought, you know. Now listen, Gloria, it wasn't that small.
Oh, no? I put it on my poor little water spaniel.
What happened?
It took me a half an hour to sponge him out.
We'll let that go. Gloria, you're going to have a party this year. Your shindig last year was great. Remember you had dancing upstairs in that ballroom with the big bay window?
Oh, yes.
Of course, I was just sort of an onlooker.
Well, Bob, did you enjoy the party?
I did till I fell out of the tree. But that's all behind me. Say, am I? Let's start that other routine again, huh? Am I invited to your party tonight?
If you are, Bob, my social secretary better look for a new job.
But, Gloria, girl, you should invite me out of sheer gratitude. I sent you a gift.
Well, gee whiz, I sent you a gift.
A fine gift, paper towels. You think I was too stingy to buy towels?
I wouldn't say that, but yours are the only socks I've ever seen marked block, don't rub. Come to think of it, Bob, you might as well come over. You have charm, and you can mingle with the people.
True, true.
Well, now let's see. The guests are...
Too true.
Let's see. The guests arrive around 8. You'd better be there at 7 to meet everybody at the door.
Oh, am I the guest of honor?
Guest of honor? No, you're going to be the butler.
Now, fellas, here's the guy who's responsible for all these swell radio shows. The Commandant of Armed Forces Radio Service.
Thank you, Bob Hope. This is my first opportunity to appear on an Armed Forces Radio Service program, and to publicly thank you and our Command Performance cast for the magnificent help you've given us. I would be derelict in my duty if I did not take this opportunity to also extend that thanks to all people in the entertainment world who, through the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, have made possible this great Christmas Day program. We of the Armed Forces Radio Service are merely the means by which these programs are collected and distributed. It is the unselfish spirit of cooperation of all people of the entertainment world who make possible the successful accomplishment of our mission. This command performance is but one of the many radio programs heard this Christmas Day. I am certain that I speak for all the men and women who are now in service overseas and our listeners in the hospitals, constituting our bedside network, as I extend this expression of their appreciation for these magnificent shows.
I will now sing a note from Wagner's famous opera, High on Gin. What a note.
Jimmy, pardon me, High on Gin. The name of that opera is Lohengrin.
When Wagner heard me sing that note, he went out and got high on gin. I got a million of them, and all protected by DDT.
Well, Snug, how are you?
Wonderful, Dinah. Come here. It was a long time with that pop.
Oh, Jimmy, you kissed me.
It's your own fault you were standing under the mistletoe.
Well, how could I help it? You got it tied to the end of your nose.
Madam, such a statement implies an unwitting malfeasance of irrecoverable trust in my structural integrity and rectitude.
Well, Jimmy, what was that?
I don't know. I only hope it's clean.
You know, as long as you're here, I might as well give you a Christmas present.
Okay. What is it?
A wonderful pair of bookends. Can you use a pair of bookends?
Indubitably. That's the part I always read first. Durana, you mad scholar, you. Dinah, I got a gift here for your husband.
Oh, wonderful. George has wanted a watch for so long. What is it, a groin curve to fit the wrist?
No, it's a rocking chair, and it's curved even more. If he wants it custom tailored, I can get him a private fitting. And for you,
Yes, James. For me?
I offer myself. I hear you need a suave, sophisticated English drawing room type.
Oh, but I do. But, Jimmy, you're not the slick Noel Coward type.
I beg to differ. Not only am I related to the great English author, Noble Coward, musicians are uneducated. My uncle is a second cousin, frightened stiff.
Jimmy, you mean there's English blood in your veins?
Why, my great-grandfather, Sir Rumplebottom Durante, was an important man in the English county of Ketchupsquire.
No, wait a minute. You mean Worcestershire?
I would if they'd spell it out in syllables. You know, in the reign of Henry IV, Dinah, Sir Rumplebottom presided over a big country seat.
No kidding.
Now, where am I here?
Sir Rumplebottom was presiding.
Yeah, over a big country seat.
No kidding.
But with the event of Henry V, he fell into political disfavor. He was ordered to move the country seat from Ketchupsquire to...
No place to go?
Right. What a dilemma. There he was with a big seat, no place to put it.
I don't know, Schnoz. I guess I'll take a chance and present you as a slick leading man. Howard, will you set the scene?
Wait a minute. Who's going to be my leading lady? I got to pass on her talent.
Oh, I think you'll like her. It's a lovely girl named Esther Williams. A sprightly chick. Jimmy, tell me, do you approve of her talent?
I can't read the answer. My glasses keep steaming up.
Mr. Durante, will I do?
What's that?
Will I do?
That depends. Will you do what?
Please, Chris, we got to go ahead with our slick drama. Howard, will you set the scene, please?
Gladly, Dinah. Our play takes place on the terrace of one of London's swankier hotels.
He's beginning to talk like me.
Our play takes place on the terrace of one of London's swankier hotels. A man paces back and forth impatiently. Suddenly, a woman steps out onto the terrace. With a start, the man recognizes her. She's his former wife.
Angela? How are you, Angela?
Oh, fine. Where have you been?
I've been down at my coffee plantation.
Well, how have you been?
Been fine, old girl, been fine.
And how's the coffee?
Fine bean, old girl. Fine bean. You know, it's funny. I've traveled. I've been to most parts of the world, yet I couldn't bring myself to buy a ticket to India.
You didn't buy a ticket to India?
No.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. I guess I'm too stingy. I love that kind of carrier job. And you?
Well, I've been abroad.
Well, to get you past. By the by, old girl, have you remarried?
Oh, yes, come to think of it. His name is Sir Victor Flubb. Quite venerable, really.
Sir Victor Flubb? What does he do?
I can't imagine. I only see him at night, you know.
That guy must come home all lit up.
But what about you, darling? Have you remarried?
Oh, yes. A charming girl. Right.
Anyone I know?
I doubt it. Don't know her myself.
Oh, come now. Of course you know her.
No, married her on an impulse, you see.
Really?
Really? Yes, her pater got a sudden impulse and pulled a gun on me. Tell me, old girl, are you completely happy?
Oh, indeed. It's been quite gay. Victor's nice looking, you know.
So is Sybil.
Well, Victor is blonde.
Sybil is blonde.
Victor has blue eyes.
Sybil has blue eyes.
Victor has a close cropped mustache.
Touché, old girl. Touché. Sybil's mustache is long and flowing.
Oh, Forsyth. Remember how we met? It was at Lady Frogglesmere's lawn party.
Lawn party, ah, yes. She had just been evicted.
Oh, don't you sometimes wish that we could recapture the beauty of the moment?
Yes, indeed, but she's downtown working at the Follies Burlicue.
Forsyth, our parting was a mistake. I can't live without you.
Angela, don't you want me? I'm just a cad.
Oh, darling, you're no cad.
Yes, I am. Once I gave a backless evening gown to a girl with no sense of direction.
Thanks a million, Esther and Jimmy, for dropping by. Oh, it was fun. Lots of luck, gang, and Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, kid.
Hey, wait a minute, Snozzy. You gotta go. I mean, you can't go. You gotta sing.
Try to get me out of here.
Oh, come on, Jimmy. You gotta sing a song.
Thank you, girls, from the bottom of my heart. And if you hadn't have said those words, that 3 hours of rehearsal would have been a total loss. I never in my lifetime was so delighted. Honest, I'm as happy as a clown. It happened at a musicale where I was invited to the wealthiest home in this town. I knew the people were wealthy. When I sat down to dinner, they served nothing but money. What a party. I rubbed elbows with Iterby. I rubbed elbows with Shostakovich. I rubbed elbows with Rubinstein. I had to rub elbows with them. They wouldn't shake hands with me. Anyway, after we dined and had dinner, too, we all sashayed into the music room. Immediately, Iterby sat down and played his latest concerto. Then Shostakovich obliged with his latest etude. And then Rubinstein thrilled the crowd with a sonata he composed. After the applause subsided, all eyes turned upon me. And why not? I was sleeping. Ignoring the hostile stares of the hoi pollou, I walked to the piano, bowed to the right, bowed to the left, and from my back pocket I took out my music, which was wrapped around a salami sandwich. Then I sat down at the Steinway for the first time to present my symphony, my melody, and this is how it went. Chitty-bee, 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 chitty-bee. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chitty-bee, 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 chitty-bee. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Someday the world will recognize this lovely thing. I know the day will come when Frank and Bing will sing. Chitty-bee, 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 chitty-bee. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why, when I first sat down at the piano, the people cheered. In the middle of my concert, the people howled. And when I finished playing, the little old lady jumped up on the piano and bit me. And to add to my humiliation, somebody stole my salami sandwich. But my chagrin was only temporary, because history will be made when I introduce my symphony at the Hollywood Bowl. I can just hear that string section, the brass section, the oboes. Wait a minute. Another outburst like that and your drums go back to Sears and Roebuck. Folks, visualize a symphony orchestra behind me. An audience of 90,000 in front of me. A spotlight hitting me, and Durante singing. Chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll sell 1 million copies, maybe 2. This song is gonna be another inka-dinka-doo. Chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee, chitty bee. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They were nice visitors.
They sure were, weren't they, huh? Sounds like there are more. Come in.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I'm kind of late because of a rehearsal, but I just had to come over here and add my season's greetings to the rest of the gang.
What did you rehearse, Miss Ransford?
Oh, just a little song called That's My Desire. To spend one night with you in our old rendezvous and reminisce with you. That's my desire. To meet where gypsies play down in a blue cafe and dance till break of day. That's my desire. We'll sip a little glass of wine. I'll gaze into your eyes divine. I'll feel the touch of your lips pressing on mine. To hear you whisper low, just when it's time to go. Sherry, I love you so. That's my
You know, there are just lots of nice things strung on the command Christmas tree, but there's one thing missing.
Oh, what's that?
I'd like to hear a good old-fashioned Christmas story.
Well, gee, Don, I don't know one, but here are a couple of boys who do. It's those all-time favorites, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Well, here we are again, Charlie. Yes, so what? I must say that I'm a little shocked at your attitude.
Why?
Why, at this season of the year, everybody's happy.
Uh-huh.
Everybody's on their best behavior because it's close to Christmas.
Yeah, sure. I was on my best behavior last year. And what did I get? Nothing. I was so good. I was... Oh, you firebugger, you.
All right, you.
Now, you get out of here.
Now, Charlie. Snapping those flashlights. Well, now, you apologize to that man.
I'm not through bawling him out yet.
All right.
I'm very sorry, sir.
You know...
Take another one, will you?
Now, where was I?
You were laying an egg right there. Yeah.
Well, if I remember correctly, Charlie, Santa Claus put something in your stocking last year.
Well, he didn't stretch him out of shape, I'll say that. He didn't need a reindeer to deliver them. What I got, he could have slipped under the door. Oh. A swallow could have dropped it off on the way to Capistrano. Well, perhaps you're expecting too much. Well, all I asked for was a motorcycle, a speedboat, and a rifle. What did I get? Stockings, woolen underwear, and a do-bill for some dental work. You know what I think, Bergen? What? You mailed my Christmas list. You didn't mail that. You mailed the laundry list. Is that? Well, I investigated that, Charlie, and I found out that Santa Claus was afraid to come down our narrow chimney. Oh, you're right. Yes. Claustrophobia, yes. You've heard of Santa claustrophobia, haven't you? What are you griping about? I gotta live with him. Oh. If you laid it, you lie in it. All right. Isn't it enough that I hate you? Do I have to be ashamed of you beside? All right. Well, I have a sneaky suspicion that you're going to get some pretty nice presents this year. That is, providing I knew there was a catch in it. Providing you've memorized your piece the night before Christmas. Yes. And, of course, I know you have. And so I'm going to introduce you to this audience. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you want over there, too, huh? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear the famous classic, The Night Before Christmas, by Clement Clark Moore. I bet he wouldn't have written it if he had to memorize it. Yes. Now, go ahead. I could recite better, Clement, if I had the book in front of me. No. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. No. Listen, my children, you shall hear the midnight ride of Santa Revere. No. Right off the back start, yes. Under the spreading Christmas tree, village Santa's stand? No. Did he go? Yeah. Perhaps I better start you off. It was the night before Christmas and all through the house. Gad, Bergen, you took the words out of my mouth. Yeah. I'm glad to get rid of them, yeah. Now, what's the next line? Christmas for the house. Christmas all through the house. What's the next line? No. The creature was stirring, not even a louse. No. The stockings were hung where? On a nail? No. By the chimney with care, in hopes the laundry man soon would be there. In hopes that Saint who? St. Vitus? No. St. Bernard? No. St. Paul? No. Minneapolis? No. I'm on the wrong track, yes. You don't know? No. I hate myself for not knowing. Just hate myself. In hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there. Semicolon, that's fine. The children were nestled all snug in their bed. Shoot if you must, his old gray head. No. Surely you know the part about Santa Claus as he rides through the skies. Oh, yeah. He flies through the air with the greatest of ease. The jolly fat man in the red DVD. The next line is, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter. What'd you do? I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Oh, yeah. I tore open the shutters and threw up the sack. What are the reindeers' names? Oh, let's see. Oh, the reindeers, yes. Oh, darn it, what is it now? Dancer and Prancer and Dandruff and Blintzes. No. Thunder and Lightning. No. Donner. Oh, yeah, Donner and Meeches. No. I didn't know he made the team. Now, wait. And then, on Dancer, on Prancer, and what do you know? Prancer came in, paid $22 to show. No. The end, give me the present. No. Charlie, I don't believe you know the poem at all. I don't believe you've studied it, have you? No, sir, I haven't. Well, as much as you were honest about it, I'm going to give you this lovely present anyway. Oh, thank you. Bless you. What is it? Well, it's a beautifully illustrated copy of the famous poem, The Night Before Christmas. Is that a present? Is that what I get? That's what you get. Bergen, this is Christmas, not April Fool. All right.
Thanks a lot, Edgar Bergen. Command Performance takes you now to Washington, D.C. for a Christmas message from the Commander-in-Chief. Ladies and gentlemen, the President.
To the men and women of our armed forces, I am very grateful for this opportunity to extend to each one of you, wherever you may be, my most sincere Christmas greeting. We are now involved in a great struggle, a struggle to shape the events of today and tomorrow toward a just and enduring peace for all peoples in all countries. There is still much to be done. The accomplishment of our task will require the same devotion and the same high ideals which you, the men and women of our armed forces, have always displayed. The liberty-loving people throughout the world who, in darker days, prayed for our success in battle, now offer their prayers that our struggle for harmony and tranquility on earth shall succeed. I wish to express to the nation's deep appreciation of the part that you are playing, and hope that our gratitude will in some small way compensate for your absence from home, friends, and dear ones on this Christmas Day. Again, may I wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, gang, it's time for a command performance tradition. You know, this is our 5th round-the-world Christmas program. Each one ended with our singing the carols, the Christmas songs we all love. Now, Dinah and Gloria and the Homer Hall Chorus link voices and join hands with all of you in hospitals and overseas to sing the great songs of peace in this day, which is a symbol of all that man aspires to.
How still we sing.
bells of Christmas 1946 ring out clear and free around the world to you who are guarding the peace so dearly won. Listen to them. Their message comes from the hearts of 140 million grateful Americans. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. And Merry Christmas to all of you.
This program is arranged with the aid of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Throughout the year, Proctor and Gamble bring you your beloved programs, Life Can Be Beautiful, Ma Perkins, Pepper Young's Family, and The Right to Happiness. Today, Christmas Day, these shows join together to present Christmas Day in America, an hour of entertainment and inspiration. As American as a cake of soap. A pretty apt expression. Not that we Americans invented soap, but we have a very healthy respect for it. We use more than any other nation on earth. We like soap because it keeps us clean. We like soap because it helps keep us healthy. Just one drop of soap in 1,000 drops of water is enough to destroy the bacteria that cause pneumonia, diphtheria, influenza. As American as a cake of soap. A comparison to be proud of. It was a small town, and there was sort of a holiday going on. The people of that locality were required to come to the tax collector and pay according to their income. The hotels were crowded. And even if there had been a room available, it would have been at a price too rich for the small purse of the elderly carpenter and his wife, who searched wearily for any kind of accommodation. The husband, a man named Joseph, walked slowly beside the donkey on which his wife rode. Night was coming on. And he must have been discouraged and desperate, in spite of his assurances to his wife that surely they would find some place to spend the night. It was agony for them both. Because the woman, named Mary, was going to have a baby. And when, perhaps aimlessly, they had turned off the main street of Bethlehem, Mary asked Joseph to stop and take her down. The only shelter in sight was a stable. They went in. Mary's baby was born there and lay in a manger. His name was Jesus. This is his birthday. To a restive and sometimes bewildered world, Christ is born again. Life is born again. Love and reverence are born again. As though to prove that life can be beautiful, a golden-tinted dawn creeps through New York's night-blanketed canyons. Shafts of light like the pink tips of sly, awakening fingers steal through the windows of Park Avenue mansions and of small flats on the Lower East Side. Even on Christmas morning, like a great, lazy giant, the sleeping city awakens reluctantly. The day starts early in the hospital. Chi-Chi's window opens eastward, and so it may be the reflection of the sunrise, or the radiance cast by a huge poinsettia on the dresser. Or it may be that some inner glow has warmed the pallor of her cheeks as she waits for the dreaded moment when the nurse will return her son to the nursery. Chi-Chi also has a determined look, and instinctively she draws the little bundle closer in the curve of her arm as the door opens.
Well, Mrs. Hamilton, I'll take your baby back now.
Oh, not yet. Not yet. Oh, look, nurse, you can't. He's asleep.
I won't wake him up.
But he likes it here with me better than out there with all those other babies. And look, he's smiling almost, I think.
Any facial contortion of a day-old baby, Mrs. Hamilton, is more likely to be a sign of air bubbles than smiling.
No, it's almost a smile. Don't take him, please. Besides, it's Christmas.
Yes, it is.
And this is my Christmas present.
Oh, I almost forgot. You have a visitor outside in the hall.
A visitor? Who is it?
That old gentleman who was here before.
Oh, Papa David.
I'll take your baby back to the nursery and tell him he can come in for a few minutes.
You mean you want to take him away before Papa David can see him? Oh, my gosh, no, please, miss. He's almost like my baby's grandfather.
Oh, all right. Don't get excited. But don't let him come near the baby.
Oh, Papa David's sanitary.
And don't talk much. I'll let you have the baby for a few minutes longer. You may come in now.
Oh, thank you.
Come on in, Papa David.
A blessed Merry Christmas to you, Chichi.
Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, God bless you, Leighton.
What do you think of my son?
Oh, God has blessed you, Leighton. And me, too, permitting me to live long enough to fill my old eyes up with a picture of you lying there so beautiful with you, baby.
You think he looks like Stephen?
Oh, what's a more beautiful sight than a mama and her baby?
Well, I guess he don't really look like anybody yet.
I'll drop in after a little while, Mrs. Hamilton, and then I'll have to take the baby to the nursery.
I wish Steve could see him.
Yeah.
I did all right, didn't I? The baby came just when Steve hoped it would. Just in time for Christmas. He used to say he was going to bring it in to me with a big red ribbon tied around it like a Christmas present. But I guess the nurse wouldn't have let him do it anyway. The ribbon might not be sanitary.
No. Don't be depressed, Chichi. Today is Christmas. You got to be merry. Well, anyhow, not depressed.
Yeah. Papa David.
Uh-huh.
Remember right after I first came to the bookshop to live with you how you used to read to me out of the Bible all about how Christ was born?
Yeah?
I remember how you said I wasn't Jewish, I was a Christian, and I'd have to know all about Christ.
Even so, when the angel said, tidings of great joy, he also said, which shall be for all people. You remember?
Mm-hmm. I always used to like that part about Mary, his mother. But the Bible doesn't say much about it. It says Mary kept all these things, all about the angels and the shepherds and all that, and pondered them in her heart.
Oh, so now you understand pondering.
I used to wonder what she really thought about. She must have been awful scared. Do you think she was, Papa David? Do you think she was scared?
She knew her responsibilities.
There's a chapter in the Bible by St. Luke and one by St. Matthew and St. John and all those others, all about Christ, how he was born and grew up. But you know what I wish? I wish there was a book in the Bible that had been written by Mary. She must have been awful proud.
Instead of proud, I think humble.
Well, can't people be proud and humble at the same time? I am. I'm proud to have a son, Stephen's son, but I'm humble because, well, right here in my arms, Papa David, is a whole life, a new life. It's kind of hard to say what I mean, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Have I ever been a mama?
Maybe he hasn't got a father, so I'm father and mother for him. What I do for him and with him, how I treat him, may decide whether he's going to be a big man or not a big man. That's why I'm humble.
Situation, I'm proud to be almost like a papa to you. The fineness of you showing up in the stress of adversity and having such thoughts.
One of the things that kind of scares me is that I'm still sort of harem-scarum, and I guess I always will be. Maybe my son won't like a harem-scarum mother.
God, with two such names, Stephen and David, how could he help loving you?
If Steve was here, it'd be different. I've always been sort of a pop-off, and Steve wasn't. He always thought things out, and so together we made a pretty good team. Now it's all up to me. That's what I'm pondering about.
Just love your baby, Chicha. Love him and let him know that you love him.
Is that all?
Well, anyhow, it's a good start.
The nurse says my baby's the best one in the hospital.
She did?
Well, anyhow, she didn't argue with me when I said it.
Well, any mama who's thinking her baby ain't the best, she ain't deserving of having a baby.
What I'm really trying to say, Papa David,
I know.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then maybe you can say it for me better than I can.
Well, you're glad that Christ was born a baby.
Uh-huh.
Instead of coming into the world in a chariot with trumpets blowing and acting like a king with ointment.
Uh-huh.
You're glad that Mary had a baby because you understand Mary now. And you're beginning to understand that everything that's big was once small. That greatness grows like a flower. And that the truest king, the most understandable expression of a kind and loving God, was a baby, a son, who grows to be a fine man, who through all the centuries, all people, like the angel said, all people revere and love.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Well, being a mama like Mary was, having a baby like the Christ child was, the story in the Bible ain't just a story, it's real. By understanding Mary, you got a better understanding of Christ.
Yeah. And you know something else? I'm awful glad my son was born almost right on Christmas for another reason, too. On Christmas from now on for the rest of my life, every year I'll have a Christmas present from Stephen. First, like now, a little baby, and then after a while a fine boy, and then a man. Every year it'll be almost like Stephen will be giving in to me all over again.
Yes, and God grant that his life will be beautiful, Chicha.
It really can be, can't it, Papa David?
Yeah, God's greatest miracle, Chicha, is life. And he made it beautiful. And it can be beautiful and will be if we let God have his way.
Well, I'm going to try to because, oh, my gosh, I hope my son's life can be beautiful.
Because Christ was born of Mary, was a baby, and stage by stage grew to manhood, there are three kinds of people who should understand him and see in each Christmas the full significance of the rebirth of life. 1, fathers. 2, mothers. 3, all those who have been born. But let's not forget that the rebirth of life isn't the only yearly miracle. What is more inspiring is that with each Christmas comes the rebirth of the conviction that life can be beautiful. There was considerable farm and grazing land around Bethlehem. Shepherds spent the nights in the fields with their flocks to protect them from wildlife and from thieves. They sat around and talked, as men will when there's nothing else to do. Talked about taxes, politics, religion. They grumbled about conditions and probably speculated as to when their promised king might take over. Some may have doubted the prophecies. Others insisted that deliverance would come. And some, like people we know, said, well, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Suddenly, something happened. St. Luke says the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round them. What form the angel took, and what kind of light shattered the darkness, we can only guess. The shepherds were afraid. We like to think that we are more sophisticated than they, and yet how often have we seen people terrified by an electrical storm or the black fury of a hurricane? The shepherds fell on their faces and trembled, probably crying out, what is going to become of us and of our sheep?
Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord.
Then the shepherds must have said to each other, when, where, and how?
This shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace and goodwill toward men.
It must have taken the shepherds a little while to collect their wits, and probably there was a great deal of argument. A babe in a manger? What can a baby do for us? Some said, let's go to Bethlehem, and others chimed in, yes, let's see this thing which has come to pass. Let's see what the Lord has told us is there. Then they hurried. They must have had to search for the place, because there were many stables and mangers in the town. What was in the minds of those men as they stood or knelt and peered into the feeding box of the ox stable and saw a newborn baby? Did they have a glimmering of the truth that a new idea was born? A new conception of men's relationship to God and to each other? Goodwill toward men, the angel had said. Instead of being a stern Jehovah, did God so love the world that he gave his Son? Love was born on that first Christmas. And on every Christmas since then, love has been born again. Large cities seem to be essential in man's scheme of things. Cities where stones and steel girders are piled to dizzy heights. But look for the real America in smaller places. A city has a heart, but a town has a soul. Rushville Center lies snow-blanketed and sparkling, like a picture on a favorite calendar. Here homes are not stacked story on story, but spread comfortably apart, each a little world of its own. Yet neighborly footprints in the snow link them as though families had joined hands and circled the white-steepled church in the square. There is the nostalgic scent of burning wood as smoke curls from cheery log fires. In Ma Perkins' home, Ma and Fay stood proudly by, chuckling warmly as a wee girl's eyes and mouth opened wide like huge zeros because of the most wonderful Christmas tree in all the world. Of course, neither Ma nor Fay nor Shuffle and Willie got any credit at all for the hours they had spent in Ma's living room last night, long after a curly head was on its pillow and a small girl was fast asleep. Nor did they want any. As far as little girls are concerned, Christmas trees just materialize out of thin air on Christmas morning, and that's the way it should be. For a moment, Paulette was speechless, and there was no sound in the room except the joyful bell in the church steeple.
Grandma, look. Oh, Mommy, look. It is
them. Every one of them.
Oh, Grandma,
Everything. Come, precious, come. Let's see what you have under the tree, shall we?
Oh, yes. Here, Grandma. You'll help me, will you?
Yeah, of course I'll help you. Oh, of course I will.
Oh, you're a wonderful doll. Close your eyes now and sleep.
That's what Christmas means. It means love. Just as every day is a fresh beginning, and every morning the world is made new, with Christmas comes the true understanding of the rebirth of love. Let's bow our head, child, and say a little Christmas prayer. Oh, God, we thank Thee. We thank Thee for another glorious Christmas. I thank Thee for sparing me and for sparing those who are near and dear to me, for making it possible for all of us to be together on this, Thy day, the day of the birth of Thy Son, Jesus Christ, the day Thou sent the one nearest and dearest to Thee, to this earth, that He might suffer and die, so that sinners might be saved. For Thou hast said, He that sins must die, and Thou sent Thy Son to die for others, that those of us who sin might be saved, to come into Thy kingdom, to know the beauties and bounties of Thy love. Oh, God, if only those of us who don't understand can see how simple it is to be saved. Because Thou, in Thy great love, hast prepared the way, made it all so simple, so easy, and so glorious to follow. No longer is it necessary to die because we have sinned. All that's necessary is to kneel down and confess our sins, to repent and become as a little child again, pure-hearted, contrite, and humble. And it is then, and only then, that we can realize the true beauty of Thy divine providence, all that Thou hast done for us, the beauty of Thy love, the love of our fellow man, and our love for Him. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ma.
Yeah, love for fellow men, goodwill toward all can be born and reborn again, and it should be. For love purges the bad thoughts that creep into our minds. It cleanses the heart. It purifies our lives. And through continuously realizing that there is such a thing as love in the world, love for God and all that He created, it makes us as we should be. Like that precious baby sitting there, pure in mind, pure in thought, and we become as God would have us, as little children again, freed of animosity, hatred, and pettiness. For where there is light, there can be no darkness. Where there is love, love for fellow man, there can be no evil.
Oh, Grandma, Mommy, look. She's asleep. Isn't she a pretty doll when she's asleep? Isn't she? With her eyes closed.
Oh, she's beautiful. Just beautiful, precious.
Oh, and I love her so. I love my new doll so. And I love you, Mommy. I love Grandma. I just love everybody.
That's what I mean, Faith. That's what I mean.
got the cranberries already.
Good.
The celery and olives are already in the refrigerator.
Oh, wonderful.
I've got the table set and Oh, Ma. My, what a beautiful job you've done on the turkey. How wonderfully you've stuffed it and trussed it. If that isn't a picture, that big turkey in that pan.
It's all ready to go into the oven after we come back from church.
Goodness, Ma, I never had any idea the turkey was that big. Do you think it'll get done in time?
Oh, yes, it'll get done all right. We aren't going to eat until late. The Pendletons had a previous engagement.
The Pendletons?
Yes, they have to go by the Fairchilds first. But I told Matilda that we'd arrange dinner so they could be here.
You mean they're bringing Mr. Bryant?
Yes. Why, Faye?
Well, didn't Mr. Cunningham warn you about Mr. Bryant's coming here? What if Mr. Colby finds out who he is?
Well, if he comes at the Pendletons, there's no reason for Mr. Colby or anybody else to think he's anyone but a friend of theirs. And as good a friend as Mr. Bryant's been, I wouldn't think of sitting down to Christmas dinner without him at the table. Mr. Colby or no Mr. Colby, it's Christmas. And when all of us sit down at the table, Mr. Bryant is going to be here with us. We'll think about Mr. Colby tomorrow.
Oh, well, I better go put another leaf in the table and
I'm
put extra
sorry I didn't tell you before, honey. That was Matilda who called while you were in the dining room, and she said they'd just gotten in touch with the Fairchilds to arrange it. Yes, Faye?
That's the doorbell, Ma. Are you ready? I haven't got my dress on yet.
I'm all ready, Faye. I'll see who it is.
It's probably Evie and Willie or Shuffle.
Yes, I imagine. I'm coming. Oh,
Merry Christmas,
Grandma. Merry Christmas,
Merry
Christmas,
boy.
Junior. Come on in. I'm all ready. Faye and Paula to be down just in a minute or so. Well, did you have a good Christmas, Junior?
Oh, I had a swell Christmas, Grandma.
Here, I'll get the door, Evie.
You want to see all the swell things I got?
Oh, I want to. And tonight, after dinner, we go back home with you and see them. Junior, I just can't get over how handsome you look in your military academy uniform. Turn around. Just let me feast my eyes on you.
Oh, that ain't the way to do it. Let me help out here. Chin. Now, face.
Oh, my, how military.
Oh, Willie gets the biggest kick out of drilling him, Ma.
Oh, he just looks grand in that uniform.
And, Ma, look at his shoes. Look at them.
Yes,
Aren't they polished like the mirror on the wall?
Turn around so Ma can see him. I mean, now, face.
Billy.
Well, they just shine like a new dollar.
And he shines them like that himself, I'll have you know. He never did that before he went to military academy.
Boy, I'll say. I'm telling you, we're proud of this soldier of ours,
And
Ma.
you've got good reason to be. And I am, too.
Say, I'll bet that shuffle. I'll get it, Ma.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I forgot. At ease, Junior.
Thanks, Dad. Oh, here come Aunt Fay and Paulette.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Aunt Fay. Merry Christmas, Paulette.
Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas.
Oh, I just love everybody.
Out of the mouths of babes. Yes, little Paulette came near to expressing the very essence of the Christmas spirit when she said, I love everybody. Christ himself said that many times and in many ways. There is hope for the world when, on at least one day each year, love in its broadest and fullest sense, love is born again. Perhaps as you and your family gather around the Christmas tree today, the conversation will drift back to where you were and what you did on other Christmas days. Well, that's the sort of reminiscing the Proctor and Gamble company likes to go in for, too. Actually, the company's first Christmas took place far beyond the memory of the oldest employee. It was 110 years ago, in 1837 to be exact, just a few months after William Proctor and James Gamble had joined forces in Cincinnati, Ohio, to start a small soap-making business. In those days, the two young men trundled their wares through the streets in a wheelbarrow, displaying them to women who had always made their own soap. Today, on our 110th Christmas, the picture is greatly changed. Company headquarters remain on the same spot as that first small store, but Proctor and Gamble products are known all over the world. Yes, the picture has changed, but our policy through the years has not, that we will continue always making better products for you.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
2,000 years ago, scientists, scholars, and students were known as wise men. They knew the laws, the prophecies, and the stars. On that night when Jesus was born, the wise men saw a new, strange, and brilliant star. They needed no heavenly hosts singing Alleluia. They knew that Israel had a king. They went to see Herod at Jerusalem.
Where is he that is born King of the Jews?
King? King of the Jews?
We have seen his star in the east.
A star?
Where is he? We have come to worship him.
What makes you think this king is in this region?
It is written by the prophet, "And thou, Bethlehem, art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel."
I see. Then go to Bethlehem and search for the young child. And when you have found him, bring me word again, so that I may come and worship him.
It isn't likely that the wise men really believed that Herod would worship a king of Israel, but they didn't stop to argue the point. They followed the star to Bethlehem, and when it stood over the stable, they went in. We might expect that such learned men would have hedged a little. One might have said, "Now, wait a minute. What proof have you?" Or another could have said, "How do we know this child is our king?" Even the more devout among them might have said, "Let's wait and see what happens before we accept him." But no. They fell down and worshipped him. They didn't kneel reluctantly or only on one knee. They fell and worshipped. They gave him gifts, royal gold, frankincense, incense of the sanctuary, and myrrh, a kingly perfume. But of all the gifts of the Magi, the greatest was reverence. As Christmas comes to us again, it reminds us that with Christ, reverence is born again. It's hard to tell which part of Christmas Day is most enjoyable, most satisfying. Any way you look at it, it's a round day, filled with many moods. Dawn, like the beginning of life itself. The awakening and early patter of slippered feet. The thrill of exchanging mysteriously wrapped gifts. Then church. For after all, it is Christ's birthday. Then dinner with all the fixings. And finally a lull. A quiet time when excitement fades to contemplation. And contemplation leads to reverence. It's Christmas afternoon in the young home. All the presents have been opened, the dinner is finished, and all the family has returned to the living room where Mrs. Young awaits her grandson Hal's awakening from his nap. He's been put outside in his baby carriage on the porch, even though the day is crisp. Inside, a big fire is burning on the hearth.
Well, I must say that after all the excitement today and after that dinner I tucked away, I could do with 40 winks.
Well, you're not going to have 40 winks, Sam Young, with all of us here. You're going to stay awake and entertain us.
I'll have to do my best then. But I'm certainly equipped for sleeping. What with these new slippers you gave me and a new dressing gown. Say nothing of half a dozen detective stories to take to my lair.
Oh, but you can't take a nap now, Daddy. Hal will be awake in a few minutes.
Listen, I've been hearing that for the last hour. When does that young fellow wake up? And why, while he sleeps, can't I take a nap? Particularly with Andy and Edie having gone out for a walk, and Pepper and Linda having gone out for a walk. Why, by the time they come back, I'll be as bright as a button again.
Uh-oh, I think that's Pepper and Linda. I saw them coming up on the porch.
Hello, children. Did you enjoy your walk?
Oh, we had a lovely walk. It's wonderful out. It's so cold. Say, Peg, did you know your son's waking up out there on the porch?
Oh, is he, Linda? Well, it's about time.
I'll help bring him in, dear.
We'll go, too.
All right, come on, let's get him.
Okay, here, let me open the door.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Hal.
Mama. Yes, your mama's right here. And so's your daddy, too. Can you say Daddy on Christmas Day?
Oh, isn't it wonderful the way he says that? Isn't he the smartest baby in the world?
And the fattest. I'll carry him in, Peg. Come on in, young fella. Hey, you've got a lot of toys inside waiting for you to play with, and your family's going to sit around and admire you. Yes, I can't think of anything nicer than that.
Oh, here comes Edie and Andy.
Oh, the baby's awake. Oh, I'm so glad. I want Andy to see him.
Gosh, he's wonderful. Yeah, and I see him with a new interest now that I know I'm going to have a son and heir of my own, or a daughter and heiress. I can't get used to the idea. When Edie told me about it, you could have knocked me over with a feather.
I know exactly how you feel, Andy. It happens to other people, but it doesn't seem that it could possibly happen to you.
That's right, Carter.
Oh, come on, everybody. Let's go back into the house.
Okay, let's go.
Hi, Mr. Mrs.
Hi, children.
Hi there. Feel any better?
Yes. Sure do. Give me that precious baby. Give him to me this minute. His granny wants. John takes his cap and his snowsuit off right here in front of the Christmas tree. Look at his eyes when he sees the Christmas tree.
Say, he's got a chuckle like an old man.
I bet he likes that football I gave him better than any of his other things.
Oh, I don't know. I think he likes the clown.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I'll bet he goes for that fire engine.
Now, wait a minute, children. We'll settle this in very short order. Come on, darling. I'm going to sit you right down there on the floor, and we're going to put all your presents around you and see which one you like best. Now, here's the football your Uncle Pepper gave you. Listen, here's the beautiful teddy bear I gave you. And here's the clown that Edie gave you. And here's your daddy's fire engine.
Let's just leave him alone and see which one he really wants.
That's a good idea.
Of all the presents, let's see which one he chooses, huh?
All right, Daddy. Look, I think he's crawling over to the football, Pepper. Look, he's crawling over to the football.
Oh, for Christ, he's crawled right by. What do you know about it?
Oh, heavens, I hope he's not going to try to pull anything off the Christmas tree.
Oh, I hope not.
Look at him now.
Look
what he's chosen. Just a piece of tissue paper.
Well, if that isn't a commentary on all presents. The fact that a young fellow only 1 year old, when confronted with a circle of gifts, chooses a piece of tissue paper to play with.
Nice of you sitting there on the floor around the baby. How nice. Maybe there'll be more than one baby here by another Christmas.
There certainly will.
Well, I don't know what I'll do. I'm so happy with one baby. I don't know what I'll do, and there's more than one to play around with.
Well, I thought you might like some sweet cider to drink, so here it is. It's already poured, and it's nice and cold.
Fine, we'll have some toast. I think we should.
Well, I just like to drink a toast to the nicest family any woman ever had. I just think I'm the luckiest woman alive. Think of having a husband like Sam.
Hey, come now, Mary. You mustn't overdo this
I
thing,
couldn't overdo it, darling. And the nicest son and daughter like Pepper and Linda, and the nicest daughter and son like Peggy and Carter, and the nicest adopted children like Edie and Andy, and the nicest friend like Hattie.
Well, that's quite a toast. Now, do you know what I'd like to hear?
What, dear?
I'd like to hear you kids sing sitting around the fire. You know how I like to hear you sing. Linda, will you lead them?
Sure, Father Young. What do we sing?
What song did you like best to hear when you were overseas, Andy? And you too, Carter.
Well, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. I'd sort of like to hear that.
Yeah, me too.
It's the song that meant most to me when I was way off there in the jungles of the South Pacific.
All right, that's it. Linda, you started.
All right.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, where every Christmas card I write, may your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
I know a song I'd like to hear.
What song, darling?
There's no place like home.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's all sing that. Mid pleasure and palaces, though we may roam, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. A song from the skies seems to hallow us there, which see through the world is not met with elsewhere. Home, home, sweet, sweet home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Thank you a lot. That was lovely.
And now I'd like to propose another toast. I'd like to drink a toast to you, Mrs. Young.
To me? Oh, my goodness, why should you drink a toast to me, dear?
Yeah, to you and to Mr. Young both. Because you've got the kind of a home that all of us want to come to so much on Christmas Day.
Oh, Andy, what a nice thing to say.
That was a swell toast, and he's got something there.
As a matter of fact, this war was fought so that our way of life could continue. And when you stand here in this room today, and you look around and see the Christmas tree and the toys under it, and the baby, and the fire on the hearth, and all of us here, well, you know that the American way of life is continuing. And it's going to continue. Thank God.
You mean so that those who fought and died for us haven't died in vain?
That's just what I mean, Mother Young.
Yes, Andy, I know. And because today is Christmas, and Christmas should have a special meaning, I believe, for everybody, we mustn't forget that underneath our gaiety, underneath the fun of opening presents, of getting together in a group of family and friends like this, there lies the deeper meaning of Christmas. In our hearts, we know this, and we should feel the reverence of this day.
Yes, Mother Young. I know what you mean. I never used to know. My family never felt that way. Christmas was, well, just a day of parties. But being here, in this house today, I know that it's more. It is a day of reverence.
Thank you, Carter. So, I'm not going to propose another toast. Instead, I'd like to say a little prayer just now at this minute. A little prayer for all the families of those boys who gave their lives so that we may continue our lives in the way those boys wanted us to continue it. And so that God will fill their families' hearts with love and pride for the courage those boys had to make the supreme sacrifice so that we may be here today, so that we may have a world which they would have come back to with so much happiness in their hearts, for making their supreme sacrifice worthwhile, for making the American way of life continue, for letting our homes remain standing, and for granting us an opportunity to make this a better world for everyone to live in, so that there need never again be a war, so that there need never again be the terrible loss of life. That's what they've done for us, made all this possible. Bless them, and bless their memories always. Amen.
As in the Youngs' home on this Christmas afternoon, many families turn their thoughts today to those who made this peaceful Christmas possible, who made this way of life possible, who made the bright hope possible that there may never again be another war to fight, and that all peoples of the world will live in unity, that there will always be peace on earth and goodwill among men. Christmas, with its annual rebirth of life, love, and reverence, is mankind's opportunity to do as the wise men did, kneel and worship. When the angel told the shepherds about the birth of Christ, his first words were, "I bring you tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people." Words which inspired Isaac Watts to write, "Joy to the world, the Lord has come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing." And then something very important happened. The angel said, "Fear not." That was a new idea. Man had always feared what they thought was a vengeful God. Christ said no. God is love, and he proved it. He sanctified birth. He glorified motherhood. He showed us the poverty of riches and the richness of poverty. He scorned pomp and pride. He honored humility. He suffered to show that a stout spirit could overcome pain. And then he died to remove man's fear of death. "In my Father's house," he said, "are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you." And so the grave lost its victory, and death was without fear. Fear not. Joy to the world. On every Christmas, Christ is born again. The white beauty of a large, imposing building rises above the homes and shops around it. Its lighted windows and the quiet but never-ceasing activity on this Christmas night is a pointed reminder that not all people are blessed with happy, carefree firesides today. A pair of lighted Christmas trees stand outside the main doorway. Holly wreaths hang in many of the windows. The corridors are ablaze with light, bright and festive of greens, ribbons, and mistletoe. Christmas is wherever there are people, and Christ is born again wherever there are aching hearts. Just inside the door is a plaque which reads, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Well, perhaps it's the reflection from the Christmas tree lights. But tonight it seems to glow with new brilliance, as though to say that Christ's mercy is born again, too. A woman in an alcove on the 4th floor seems oblivious to the smiling greetings of those who pass her by. Oblivious to the lighted tree in the corner. Oblivious, too, to Dr. Dick Campbell coming down the corridor. Not until the doctor stands beside her does she seem to notice him at all.
I've been talking with your son and your new daughter-in-law, Mrs. Edwards.
Yes, Dr. Campbell.
Don told me this was the first Christmas your family's been together for 4 years.
Yes, it is.
And you should be very happy having him home from Germany now. And just married to a girl like Louise. They're so young and enthusiastic, so very much in love.
I know, Doctor. You're quite sure my husband will recover, Doctor?
I wouldn't get your hopes up this way unless I were, Mrs. Edwards.
Roland was a very sick man. 2 days ago, we'd almost given up hope for him.
Almost. Not entirely.
And now he's going to get well. Go home.
Yes, he's a very strong man. His strength and his will were all that pulled him through.
His strength and his will pulled him through. You must forgive me for laughing. That's very funny. I gave him the will to live, Doctor.
I believe you did.
By going to him the night before last and making him a promise. A promise I would keep if he survived. And now it seems I shall have to keep that promise. It's all very confusing and very funny.
Well, Mrs. Edwards, I'm afraid I don't understand.
My promise and what led up to it has been our secret. Roland's and mine. Not even our boy Don knows of it. We kept it from him all these years. The truth of the matter is, Doctor, that the same strength and iron, inflexible will that have saved my husband's life have made my life a perfect misery. A kind of purgatory. For more years than I care to remember. We kept our home together only for Don's sake. Until he was grown and married. Until he had a home of his own and ours might not be so important to him. When Roland took sick a few days after Don was married, 2 weeks ago, we were on the verge of parting. The night before last, you were afraid. I was afraid the end had come for Roland. He asked me to promise to stay with him if he should live. I couldn't refuse him then, not then. So I promised. And now you see why I laughed.
Yes, perhaps.
I wanted him to live, Doctor. Don't misunderstand me there. I wanted him to live. But he drove a hard, cruel bargain, knowing I wouldn't let him die if I could help it. There's no love or misunderstanding in him. There's only selfishness, intolerance, cruelty, and a supreme egotism. He must have been delirious to exact that promise from me. I don't know why he did it.
Our patients and their families are enjoying the Christmas broadcast.
Well, I'm glad some people can be happy today.
Yes. I think you can see your husband now. This way, Mrs. Edwards.
Yes.
The door's open, Mrs. Edwards.
Yes. And thank you, Dr. Campbell.
You're the one responsible, Mrs. Edwards.
Roland?
Martha.
They just told me.
I know.
You're smiling.
It's good to know there will be other Christmases, other years, Martha.
Yes.
Come here. Sit down beside my bed. My voice won't carry.
I'm glad you've turned the corner, Roland.
I want to tell you something. Here, Martha.
Very well.
I'm sorry you don't share the children's elation.
But I do.
You didn't want me to go, I know that. But neither should I have taken advantage in exacting that promise from you.
You're still smiling.
Yes. I'm releasing you from the promise you made me. You are free to do whatever you choose.
Free?
Free of me. Free to have a home of your own. I hope it will be a happy home for you, Martha. A home where selfishness and intolerance and cruelty have no place. It's what you have wanted for years. You can call it my Christmas present to you.
You knew this was what I wanted.
How could I help but know?
Yet it isn't what you wanted the other night. Why are you doing it, Roland?
I thought I was going to die. I was afraid. Afraid to die. That's why I made you promise. Then I began to think. I knew it was Christmas. I heard the music. I thought more about Christ's death than his birth, because I was dying. He wasn't afraid. Then it came to me that I didn't know how to die, because I had never known how to live. I've been selfish and cruel. I've lost sight of the fact that no one can live happily, dominated by another. And I've dominated you, Mother. My will has been law. My will has been your will. Perhaps it's too late for me to change now. There is no place in Christ's world for anything but generosity, kindness, goodwill to all. Perhaps I can translate that into my life by trying now to understand. I'm sorry for all the unhappy years I've given you, Mother. I hope you will be happier without me.
You spoke of the Christmas spirit.
You might call it that. A rebirth of that spirit. A reawakening.
You've never been a religious man.
One doesn't have to be. But when one comes as close to the end as I was, well, you realize it's about time you changed. I'm not asking forgiveness.
Forgiveness. That's part of his teachings, too.
I...
Who can say it's too late? Who can say that? You've changed, Roland. You've changed.
I like to think I have.
Perhaps there's time for us both to change. Oh, Roland, maybe I've been at fault, too. Perhaps I haven't tried to understand either. Because I've seen something in you just now, today, I'd forgotten was there. It was there once, Roland, many years ago. The understanding, the love. And it's there now, again. If we both try, not only now, but always, can't we both find the spirit we seem to have forgotten?
Mother,
because that's what I want. I know it now. And so I refuse the present you've tried to give me. I don't want my freedom now, Roland. I don't want it. Merry Christmas, my dear. Merry Christmas.
The miracle of Christ's birth was hardly more significant than the annual miracle of his rebirth in man's heart and mind. Fear not. Fear not death. Fear not life. Unto you is born a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. A Merry Christmas, everybody, to each and every one of you who join us for these programs. You know, your loyalty and, above all, your interest is something we deeply appreciate. Many of you even take the trouble to write us about the broadcasts and about the products that sponsor them. The glimpses of your homes and families these letters afford are mighty heartwarming. We're proud to rate friendships such as these. So, from the bottom of our hearts to all of you, wherever you may be, our best wishes for a very happy day. The narration on today's Proctor and Gamble Christmas Hour was written by Carl Bixby. Original music composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The overall program was directed by Oliver Barber. And your narrator is Ron Rawson. In closing this hour, we would like to have you remember these 4 lines of a verse by Phillips Brooks. The earth has grown old with its burden of care, but at Christmas it always is young. The heart of the jewel burns lustrous and fair, and its soul, full of music, breaks forth on the air when the song of the angels is sung.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Gentlemen, the Colgate-Palmolive Peak Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream, take this opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas. And now, Colgate Dental Cream presents the Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Sharon Douglas, Dink Trout, Paula Winslow, Charles Dant and the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing A Gal in Calico.
Met a gal in Calico way down in Santa Fe. I used to be her Sunday beau till I rode away. Do I want her? Do I want her long? Yes, sirree. Will I win her? Will I win her long? Wait and see. Working with the rodeo, go from town to town, see most every kind of gal, every kind of gown. But who made my heart sing? Yippee-I, yippee-oh, my little gal in Calico. I'm gonna quit the rodeo, gonna settle down, buy a boat, a calico, or a wedding gown. And will I enter in? Yippee-I, yippee-oh, my little gal in calico.
Most of you know our young hero, Dennis, very well by this time, but those of you who will be making his acquaintance for the first time on these Wednesday nights would probably like to know just what sort of person he is. Well, let's ask the folks who know him best. First, there's his landlady, Mrs. Anderson, who runs the boarding house in Weaverville where Dennis rooms. Mrs. Anderson, what's your honest opinion of Dennis Day?
My opinion of Dennis Day is that he's a 22-year-old boy.
Well, yes, of course, but what sort of 22-year-old boy?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's as far as I care to go on.
Well, it's a fact that Dennis has never managed to get into Mrs. Anderson's good graces. Now, Mr. Anderson, on the other hand, kind of likes him, although he's never come right out and admitted it. And just why haven't you, Mr. Anderson?
Well, it all goes back to when I first married my dear wife. Or, as I like to call her, the big woman.
Go on, Mr. Anderson.
You see, when we were married, we made a pact, Poopsie and I. We decided we'd always think and act as one person. Of course, I didn't know then that the one person would turn out to be Poopsie.
Oh, I see. Well, there's one member of the Anderson family who likes Dennis and makes no bones about it. That's their daughter, Mildred, our young hero's girlfriend. Right now, on this fine Christmas morning, she's carefully planted herself under the mistletoe in the Anderson living room as Dennis comes down for breakfast.
Morning, Mildred. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Dennis.
Boy, I sure am hungry this morning. See you after breakfast, huh?
What?
Dennis, wait.
What's the matter?
Well, don't you notice? I'm standing someplace.
Well, that happens very often when you're not sitting down.
I don't mean that silly. Now look around carefully. Don't you see anything different?
You're wearing a new dress?
No, higher.
You washed your face?
Dennis, what's over my head?
Hair.
I mean on the chandelier. Don't you see what's tied to it? A piece of mistletoe.
Oh, I see now. Pretty, isn't it?
Dennis, I'm standing right under it.
Well, don't worry. A little thing like that couldn't hurt you if it did fall off.
Didn't you ever hear of mistletoe, Dennis? If a man happens to find a girl standing under it, he can kiss her.
Gosh, really?
Yes. And you happen to find me standing under it. Well.
Oh, I couldn't take advantage of an accident.
But it wasn't an accident, Dennis. I stood here on purpose.
Mildred.
I did it so you'd kiss me. I want you to kiss me.
You women are all alike. No one wants my brains, only my kisses.
Dennis, I want you.
I know how desirable I am, but you should fight it.
I'm tired of arguing about it. Come here, Dennis Day.
Please, Mildred, you're mussing my
hair. I don't care. Now stand still.
Well, so that's the sort of thing that goes on in my house.
Mother.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. What's new?
Don't put on any act with me. I saw you kissing my daughter. Give me one reason why I should walk in and find such a thing going on.
We didn't expect you.
Well, it was all my fault, Mother. Really, it was. And you see, it's Christmas, and there was mistletoe, and I was standing under it, and... Well, anyway, it was only a little peck on the cheek.
That's true, Mrs. Anderson, and I promise it won't happen again until we've been married for years.
Married, indeed. Young man, you've been nothing but trouble to me since you began boarding here. I suggest that you look for another place to live as soon as you can.
But, Mrs. Anderson...
That's my last word on the subject.
Gee, now I'm in a fine mess.
Golly, I'm sorry, Dennis. You wouldn't have gotten in trouble if only I hadn't insisted on kissing you.
Oh, that's all right. As a matter of fact...
Oh, did you, Dennis?
Yeah. I see now why so many people speak so well of it.
Oh, gee, I hope Mother doesn't really make you move.
No, it wouldn't be much of a Christmas if she did.
Oh, dear, I nearly forgot with so many things going on.
What?
There's a little present for you inside, underneath the tree. For me.
Gosh, thanks, Mildred. I hope you won't be too disappointed, but I didn't have enough money to buy you an expensive present this year.
Oh, well, that's all right, Dennis. I'll be every bit as happy with a present that costs practically nothing.
I didn't have enough to buy you one of those either.
Oh, well, don't feel badly. I understand.
Next year I'll be able to give you something real nice to make up for it after my invention is put on the market.
Your invention?
Yeah, I haven't told you because I wanted it to be a surprise. You see, one day last week, Mrs. got a terrible headache. So I made up a wet pack out of some stuff I found, and she put it on her head.
And it cured her headache?
No, it made her headache worse, but it curled her hair.
Oh, my goodness.
I haven't told the soul yet, but I think I've invented a permanent wave solution. It should be worth millions.
Oh, I should say so. Have you tried it on anyone besides Mrs. Courtney?
No, but Mr. Willoughby's police dog sat in some the other day.
Oh, and what happened?
Well, the part that barks is still police dog, but the part that wags is pure French poodle.
Oh, Dennis, that's marvelous.
I'm improving it all the time. Why, just yesterday I put some powder from France I found in the plate.
Oh, golly, I've just had the most wonderful idea.
What?
My mother's got to know about this. Why, when she sees what you've got hold of, she'll never let you move out.
Oh, she won't believe it's any good if I invented it.
Oh, but that's just it. She's got to try some herself.
But how are we going to get her to do that?
Oh, look, she's in the next room. You go in and hint in a subtle way that she doesn't look quite as attractive for Christmas as she might. Her hair looks a little strange. And then you show her your invention and ask her to try some on her head.
Golly, I'll do it. I've got a jar of it right here in my pocket.
Good. Oh, but you've got to be very diplomatic about telling her she could look more attractive.
Oh, I will. Well, here goes. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes?
You know, I was just thinking, you're pretty ugly today. Oh, I don't mean all over, just above your neck.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Mrs. Anderson, wait, you don't understand. What I meant is, you're beautiful, only your hair kind of spoils it.
My hair?
Yeah, it's so straight. Why, if you had curly hair, you could look just like Lana Turner all over instead of just locally.
My hair's always been straight. Even a permanent doesn't curl it.
Well, I have some stuff right here that will, Mrs. Anderson. If you'll just put some on your head in 2 or 3 minutes, you'll be amazed.
Well, if it's as good as all that, I certainly will try it.
That's swell. Come out and show Mildred. Well, Oh, good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, Dennis. My lover girl in there?
Yes, but don't go in, Mr. Anderson. You're going to get a surprise in a minute.
I am?
Yeah. How would you like it if your wife suddenly became Lana Turner?
Outside of Lana Turner suddenly becoming my wife, I can't think of anything nicer.
Well, you just wait.
You really think it'll work, Dennis?
Oh, sure. And with that French powder I put in yesterday to make it smell nice, she'll just love it.
Well, what kind of French powder was it?
Oh, I don't know. Only the name of the maker was on the box. Some fellow named Plaster of Paris.
Plaster of Paris? Oh, Dennis, no.
I did something?
Did something? We're finished forever.
Mildred, what do you mean?
Yes, what are you two talking about?
Well, how do I look? Well, my head feels awfully peculiar.
Really, Mother?
Yes. How do you like it, Herbert?
Oh, very nice, Poopsie. That's the first sensible hat I've ever seen you wear.
Hat? I'm not wearing a hat.
You mean that's you?
Certainly. This is my new hairdo.
Don't you think you overdoed it?
What do you mean? Get out of the way so I can see myself in the mirror. Why, I don't... Ah! Dennis!
My
hair! It's ruined! Listen to it.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Mrs. Anderson. I'll have your head in fine shape as soon as I get hold of a hammer.
Oh, a hammer?
Yeah, that's the only way I can get that shiny white crust off your head.
Fine thing. It was supposed to be Lana Turner and me. Now it's the egg and I.
Here, use this, Dennis. The fire tongs.
Okay. There, see?
Dennis Dale, I told you once today to leave this house as soon as you can. Well, I can't wait. You're leaving this instant.
Mrs. Anderson, I was only trying to help.
Get out of my sight. That's final. Come, Herbert.
Gee, didn't turn out to be a very Merry Christmas, did it, Mildred?
No, I'm afraid not. Oh, but don't worry, Dennis. We'll find some way to see each other.
Gee, I hope so.
Oh, was Dennis listening?
Yeah, a bunch of kids singing carols. It'd be kind of nice to have them in, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Open the door, Dennis. Let's have them in.
Okay. Hey, fellas, come on in. Mrs. Anderson may have something for you.
Okay, come on, guys.
You better shake the snow off your shoes. Mrs. Anderson is very particular about her rug.
Come on in, boys. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, what about that little fellow out there in the snow? Isn't he coming in?
Nah, he don't sing with us. He just follows us around.
Yeah, everywhere we go, he tags along. We can't get rid of him.
He's a pet.
Hey, fellas, why don't you come up here on the porch? You'll catch cold out there. Come on up. Don't be afraid. What's your name?
Cecil?
Oh, your name is Cecil, huh?
Yes, sir. Cecil.
Well, come on up, Cecil.
Yes, sir.
See, you are catching cold.
I'm not cold.
You're not crying, are you?
Yes, sir.
You are? But this is Christmas. You shouldn't be crying on Christmas.
Yes, sir.
What are you crying about, Cecil?
They won't let me sing with them.
They won't let you sing with them. Why not?
I got braces on my teeth. They say I don't sing good.
Well, I don't believe it. I'll just bet that you're a real good singer.
No, I'm not. I don't really sing good.
You don't?
No, sir, I don't sing good, but I like to sing anyway. I like to sing more than anything in the whole world.
Sure you do. And that's what makes singing really important. To want to sing from the bottom of your heart, whether you can really sing or not.
It is?
It certainly is. You know, once upon a time there was a little boy just like you. Well, this little boy wanted to sing more than anything else in the whole world.
Honest?
Uh-huh. And one night he had a vision. And the vision told him never to stop singing, because someday he would sing for the king.
What's a vision?
A vision? Oh, a vision is something like a dream, I think. Well, this little boy...
What was his name?
His name? Oh, I don't know what his name was. You see, it was a very long time ago.
How long ago?
Oh, a long, long time ago.
Did he sing over the radio?
No, this was long before radios and phonographs and moving pictures.
Before Jack Benny?
Yeah, even before that. It was a long, long time ago in a land far, far away. The little boy came from a very poor family. Though his father and mother worked hard, they could barely buy enough bread to eat. The boy had no shoes to wear, and his clothes were ragged and torn. But he didn't care, for he was happy. He had a song in his heart.
Life is fair on a summer's day. Sweet the western wind is blowing. La 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 la.
One day his father called the boy to his side and said, "Why is it, my son, that you always sing? We are poor and have little for you to sing and be happy about." And the boy answered, "I am happy, Father, for someday I know I shall sing for the king." And his father said, "That foolish vision of yours. You must forget such nonsense. For a poor ragged boy like you will never sing for the king." "But I shall, Father. My vision told me so. It was so clear to me, Father. A voice spoke to me and said that I had been chosen to sing for the king." The boy's father was sorely troubled. He shook his head sadly and sighed. "My son, you must put such idle dreams out of your head. For tomorrow you shall start to work for the rich landowner who lives on the hill." "Gladly, Father, and I shall sing as I work, for someday my song will be heard by the king." The boy's father returned to his work, knowing that his words could not shake his son's faith in his vision, with his tattered clothes flapping in the breeze, and his shoeless feet kicking up the dust. The dust rose and danced with the sunbeams, leaving a happy trail behind the boy as he sang.
Life is fair on a summer's day. Sweet the western wind is blowing. La, 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 la.
And so the boy went to work for the rich landowner. He tended to the flocks of sheep and to the goats. At dusk, when the boy would drive the flocks home from the meadows, the hooves of the animals would make a gentle sound on the road. And with this as music, the boy would sing.
Life is fair on a summer's day. Sweet the western wind is blowing. La, 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 la.
One day, not long after, the landowner called the boy to him and said,
"Hearken to me, boy. I pay you to care for my flocks, not to fill the air with your incessant song."
"I'm sorry, master. I meant to bother no one with my singing. The sheep and the goats don't mind."
"I am neither a sheep or a goat, so I mind."
"You see, master, I must sing, for someday my song will be heard by the king."
"Ah, you're mad, boy. Yea, mad and also stupid. Sing for the king. Be gone with you. Be gone with you."
"But, master, I shall sing for the king. You will see." So it came to pass that the boy, laughed at and ridiculed by all who knew him, left and went to the great city to sing for the king. Never had the boy seen such a city. Great buildings lined the streets, and the greatest of all was the palace of the king. There were many steps that led up to the palace gates, and the gates themselves were as tall as a tree. He felt very small and afraid as he ascended the steps. He would have run away, but he kept thinking of his vision. With this to give him strength, he was no longer afraid. He climbed, and finally, tired and out of breath, he reached the uppermost step. Smoothing down his ragged garments, he approached the gates. And hesitantly, he knocked upon them. He waited breathlessly as the gates slowly opened.
"Who knocks at the palace of the king?"
The boy looked up at the tall guard and said, I did."
"Beggar! What is it you want?"
I am not a beggar."
"Speak up! What is it you want?"
"I have come because of a vision. I have come to sing for the king."
"You? Sing for the king?" "You, a ragged beggar boy, have come to sing for the king."
The guard laughed and laughed. Other guards came, and they, too, joined in the laughter. They laughed even more when the boy told them of his vision. Then, tiring of their laughter, they picked the boy up and cast him down the many steps to the street below. And slammed the gates shut. The boy picked himself up out of the dirt at the bottom of the steps and sadly with his head bent, he walked away from the palace. That night, weary from his journey and unable to travel further, the boy stopped to rest by the side of a hill. Sheep were grazing nearby, and as he fell asleep, the boy knew that he would never sing again. He was awakened that night by a strange light, a light that transformed everything about him, a light from a great star that shone above. There wasn't a sound. All was hushed. A hush, a quiet, a silence beyond words to describe. Even the sheep on the hillside and the doves in the trees seemed to sense the silence. And then the light seemed to become even brighter, bathing all in a glow that made them one. The boy, the hill, the earth, the grass, the animals all became one, and one alone. The boy raised himself from the ground, not daring to breathe. Then he felt a song swelling in his throat. He could contain himself no longer. Something was compelling him to sing. He stood up straight and small on the hill. What if they had laughed at him? What if his song was unwanted? He felt he must sing now, here and now in this divine night. So he stood, his tattered clothes shimmering in the light of the star above, were like the raiment of angels. And he sang. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena. Maria. saw a man coming up the hill toward him. The man was a shepherd, and he carried a crooked staff. The boy said, "I thought I was alone here on the hill." And the shepherd said, "You will never be alone again, boy. No man will ever be alone again." And then the shepherd turned and pointed down the hill. And the boy looked and saw a small stable nestled below. And the shepherd, turning to the boy, said, "Tonight, my son, you sang for a king. Verily, the King of Kings." And so you see, Cecil, if your heart is full of song, you must sing. Oh, I didn't know you folks were listening.
It was a lovely story, Dennis.
It was beautiful, Dennis.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was a very nice story. And I'm sorry I got so angry with you. I hope you forgive me, Dennis.
Oh, sure. That's all right, Mrs. Anderson.
Cecil, would you like to sing with us?
Can I? Oh, gosh, I'd love to sing with you. I'd love to sing with you. Will you let me, honest? Will you let me sing with you?
Sure. How about we all sing together?
Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream, hopes you've enjoyed a very pleasant Christmas and sends to every one of you best wishes for the new year. Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. In Summerfield, through the magic of radio, it is still only Christmas Eve. Its citizens are scurrying about in a light snowfall like characters on a Christmas card, and there's a general air of kindliness, goodwill, and anticipation of the morrow. We find the Great Gildersleeve looking not too unlike Santa Claus himself at the counter of Peavy's Pharmacy in conversation with the proprietor.
I don't care what you say, Peavy. Christmas comes but once a year, and it's a great old institution. Yes, sir, I'm for Christmas.
Oh, me too, Mr. Gildersleeve. 75, $1. Thank you, and call again.
I will, Peavy, old man. But probably not till after Christmas.
Is shopping all finished?
Yeah, finished yesterday, practically. Yep, I believe in doing it early. You hear a lot of people talk about it, but I do it.
Good for you.
People complaining about Christmas shopping make me tired. There's nothing to it, Peavy. Make a list of people, make a list of stuff, buy it. That's the way.
That's one way.
Wrap it up and hide it so the kids can't find it. Oh, say, wait a minute. How about some wrapping paper?
No, we have it. We have the red tissue and we have the green tissue, 10 cents a roll.
Yeah, that's all right. One of each, I guess.
I assume you wouldn't be interested in our gift wrapping kit.
Gift wrapping kit? What's that?
It comes in a box, 7 kinds of paper, fancy paper, and 4 kinds of ribbon. It also includes a selection of gift guardians.
Gift guardians? What are they?
Little plastic Santa Clauses and angels. You tie them on the outside of the package.
Well...
Adds joy to Christmas giving, it says on the box. Costs $1.50.
Well, I'll go for $1.50 worth of joy. P.V., wrap it up.
Yes, sir. 1 gift wrapping kit.
Say, did I tell you I'm having some people over tomorrow afternoon to sing Christmas carols? Why don't you and Mrs. Peavy come and join us?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, come on. I'm asking everybody. Floyd Munson, Judge Hooker, Chief Gates. I'm even going to ask the Bullards. Haven't been speaking to Bullard, but seeing it's Christmas.
Here's your wrapping paper. I understand the Bullards are out of town.
They are? Well, little Craig is here. They must be planning to come back tonight or tomorrow.
Maybe. I heard Mrs. Bullard was visiting her mother.
Say, you don't suppose...
Suppose what?
Well, last week I heard Craig telling Leroy something about a big argument between his father and mother.
Oh, I don't believe there's anything like that, Mr. Gildersleeve. I believe Bullard's on a business trip.
Well, where there's smoke, there's fire. None of those things, I guess. Don't tell anybody about it.
I won't.
Terrible thing. Well, Merry Christmas, Peavy.
Thank you. You should be receiving a card from Mrs. Peavy and myself.
A card? Well, thanks.
If you don't receive it, it says Merry Christmas.
Well, same to you, Peavy. See you tomorrow afternoon. Easy with the clippers, Floyd.
Okay, Commissioner, just the back and sides. What's new?
Nothing.
Well, that takes care of that.
I suppose you heard about the Bullards.
Bullards, you say?
Yeah. You heard about it?
No. Little trouble there?
Yeah, afraid so. She's gone home to her mother.
Oh, that don't mean nothing. If I had $1 for every time Lovey went home to her mother, I wouldn't have to be cutting hair.
There's more to it than that.
Yes, sir, I'd be a rich man. Done it again last week. But she always comes back.
I imagine Bullard isn't so used to it, Floyd. He's gone away, too.
Where'd he go? Home to his dad?
This is a serious matter, Floyd. Breaking up a home.
I don't break up so easy. There's a lot of stretch in a home. But a guy like Bullard, I can see where a nice woman like her would...
Of course. That's the sad part of it. Let's not spread this around, Floyd, after all.
You don't have to worry about me, Commissioner. I'm no talker. No tonic on the hair?
No, just comb and dry. Poor Mrs. Bullard. And at Christmas time, too. You can't blame her for leaving the fellow, Judge. When a man resorts to physical violence...
You mean to say Bullard beats her?
I won't be at all surprised.
I don't believe it.
Well, who lives across the street from them, you or me?
I don't believe you either.
You're just sore because they're getting a divorce and they haven't retained you as their lawyer.
I don't handle that type of case.
Well, anyway, it's a shame, isn't it? Keep it to yourself, will you, Horace?
You're the one that's spreading it, not me.
Spreading it? I'm trying to keep it quiet. Well, Merry Christmas, Judge. That's the sad part of it, Eve. They've been married 15 years.
That's not the saddest part, Throckmorton. When a wife leaves her husband, you know who suffers.
Yeah, it's tough on Bullard.
No. It's little Craig I'm thinking of. He's such a little boy. All alone there at home with a governess.
Oh, yes, Craig.
Broken homes are hardest on the children, Throckmorton. That's something we school teachers know very well.
Very terrible. Say, Eve, can you come over tomorrow afternoon? Some people are coming to sing carols.
Well,
Maybe you could come a little early, huh? Got a present for you. Got a lot of mistletoe hung around, too.
Honestly, Throckmorton, you are the strangest combination of people.
Will you come early?
Well, seeing it's Christmas.
Well, tree all finished, fire in the fireplace. What do we do now?
How about each opening one present?
That's a good idea.
Not till Christmas, children. You know the rule.
At Piggy's house, they always open one present each on Christmas Eve.
That's not the way we do it here. What would you like to do, Marjorie, besides open a present?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'll go over to Francie's and see if anything's cooking.
My dear, it's Christmas Eve.
Well, so what? Everything's all ready for tomorrow. What's the matter with having a little fun?
That's right. Say, why don't we go to the movies? Why not, Unc? At the Majestic, they got the Killers.
We will not see the Killers on Christmas Eve. Children, have you no sentiment?
All right, Unky. What do you want to do?
It isn't what I want. What do we always do on Christmas Eve? What's our family custom?
Are you going to make us listen to the Christmas Carol again?
Make you listen to it? No, indeed.
We know it by heart, Unc. What's the use?
Say no more. I've tried to establish a fine tradition for this household. Evidently, my efforts have been in vain. Evidently, my efforts have been fruitless. Evidently, you prefer the company of your friends to staying home with me.
It isn't that, Unky.
You prefer some movie to the classic masterpiece of Charles Dickens.
Yeah, sure.
Leroy?
All right, Unky, let's read it. It's too cold to go out anyway.
I don't want you to say this just to please me, my dear.
Oh, I'm not.
I don't want you to do it unless we all agree. Leroy, shall we read the Christmas Carol? Would you rather go straight to bed?
Right now?
Yes, right now.
I guess I'll go to bed.
No, you won't. You'll listen to the Christmas Carol. Now sit down.
Okay.
Where's the book? Marjorie, you find the book, and Leroy, go get me a Coke.
Could Marjorie and I have one?
Now, seeing it's Christmas Eve.
Oh, boy, Coke! Did you hear that, Marge? Coke!
Here, Unky. You'll have to admit that's a tired-looking cover.
Well, this copy belonged to my father's family. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a first edition. Let's see. Sixth American edition. Well, it might be worth something. Christmas Carol. In prose, being a ghost story of Christmas by Charles Dickens.
That's funny. I never thought of it as a ghost story. I just think of it as a story about Scrooge and Bob Cratchit and his family.
It's a ghost story, just the same.
Here's the Coke, son. Here, Marge, nice and cold. Bertie had them on ice.
Thanks, Leroy.
Thank you, my boy. Now, are we all comfortable?
Sure.
All right, then.
Marley was dead to begin with.
Yes, that's right. Marley was dead to begin with. There's no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Oh, what a wonderful pudding. Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind, she would confess she had had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table, and shovelfuls of chestnuts on the fire. And all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth, in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one. At Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers, and a custard cup without a handle. These two held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done. And Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and crackled noisily. And Bob proposed,
"A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us."
which all the family re-echoed.
God bless us, every one, said Tiny Tim.
The last of all. He sat very close to his father's side, upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child, and dreaded that he might be taken from it. Little Leroy.
Unc, what's the matter?
I hope you children realize how lucky you are to have a family, even if it's only your old uncle.
I think you make a wonderful family, Unky.
Sure, you're okay.
Think of poor little Craig Bullard over there, all alone, with a governess. Is that any way to spend Christmas?
Where's his father and mother?
I don't know. Poor kid. Leroy, it looks as if Craig is going to have a pretty thin time of it. What would you think of sharing some of your Christmas presents with him?
My presents? Oh, Craig's such a louse.
My boy, is that a Christmas thought?
But he is. Besides, his father's going to give him all kinds of stuff for Christmas.
His father may not get back for Christmas. His mother either. Don't you think it would be nice if we all devoted ourselves to giving little Craig a nice Christmas tomorrow?
I think we should.
Well, if they aren't back by tomorrow...
That's the boy. I knew your heart was in the right place. Yes, sir, I'll dig out my old Santa Claus suit and go over there and give little Craig the surprise of his life.
If you can get into that Santa Claus suit, you'll surprise everybody.
Well, it may be a little tight, but what's the difference? Where were we? Oh, yes. Spirit, said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before, tell me if Tiny Tim will live. I see a vacant seat, replied the ghost, in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner carefully preserved. Stay close to me, Leroy.
Each year, we folks at the Kraft Foods Company look forward to the Christmas message from our founder, J.L. Kraft. This Christmas Day, we'd like to share a part of his message with you. Mr. Kraft closes his letter by saying, for all of us, our childhood memories must invoke the strongest sense of the lifelong allegiance we owe as children of God to the great teacher whose birth we celebrate this Christmas of 1946. Jesus came to earth with many missions, but the picture of him as the beloved teacher is the one we see most often in the New Testament record. Let every man choose his own creed. But if we let our minds dwell on the great principles of living as taught by Jesus, we will see the perfect pattern by which to fashion our lives. All successful living, all fulfillment of the promise of our youth, all good citizenship in a world which profoundly needs good citizens must come out of following the teaching of the greatest teacher of mankind. A joyful Christmas, and may the blessing of the great teacher be with you. And with Mr. Kraft, all of the folks at Kraft add their greetings and best wishes to all of you. We hope that with these Christmas adventures of the Great Gildersleeve, we're adding to the pleasures of your holiday. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. It's Christmas morning. Stockings have been emptied, so there are apples and oranges in all the chairs. Everyone's presents have been opened, so there's paper and ribbon all over the floor. Comes now the lull when the children don't know what to do, so they call up their friends.
Hiya, Piggy. What'd you get?
Sounds like Piggy did all right.
Gosh. Well, I got a chemistry set and 2 magic tricks and a flashlight and a knife and an atomic pen and a basketball. Sure, it's official. Nah, I never expected a scooter. Hey, can I come over, Pig?
Leroy, that's no way.
Can I ask him over here?
No.
I'll be right over, Pig. So long.
Well, what about Craig Bullard? Why don't you go over and play with him?
He's sick. They won't let me.
Who won't let you?
His governess. I'll be over, Piggy.
Come here, my boy.
Now what?
Which of your presents do you want me to take over to little Craig?
Oh.
We agreed, Leroy.
That's right, we did. Why don't you let him have that sand toy Aunt Hattie sent you?
That's a good present. I can have a lot of fun with it.
You had one of those 4 years ago. Aunt Hattie must think you're still 9 years old.
But gosh, it picks up the sand and dumps it.
Little Craig is just the right age for it, my boy.
Oh, okay. But you tell him I get to play with it whenever I want.
I'm sure Craig will be very generous with it. Now, what else?
How about one of those books?
Oh, nobody wants a book.
Yeah, but I got stuck with 2. Here's one. He might like it. Got pictures.
Yeah, well, I'll take it. Have you anything you can contribute, Marjorie?
Yeah, how about her?
Pick out anything I got that he might like.
You're pretty safe. Underwear, stockings, jewelry. Who'd want any of that?
I like it. Hey, what about that box of candy from Ben?
Oh, no.
Well, why not, my dear? We've got tons of candy around the place.
What if Ben comes over? He'll want me to give him some.
Tell him I ate it. Who knows, maybe he'll believe it. Suppose I look a little foolish on the street in broad daylight. What do I care? The kid enjoys it. What do I care? Darn beard gets in your mouth and tastes funny. Oh, well. Haven't even got a Christmas wreath on the door. Rich cheapskates. Try the doorbell. Come on, I know you're in there. I hear somebody shuffling around. Well, Merry Christmas.
There's nobody home.
There isn't? Well, I just...
If you're selling something, we don't want any.
Oh, I'm not selling anything. There's nobody home, you say?
You're a burglar.
I am not. I'm Santa Claus.
Take your foot out of the door or I'll call the police.
My dear madam, I am not a burglar.
Then why are you trying to find out if anybody's home?
I happen to be your neighbor from across the street, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I don't know you.
Well, little Craig knows me. I brought little Craig some presents.
Is that what you've got in that bag?
Of course.
You're sure it isn't burglar's tools?
I'm not a burglar. Look, I'll show you my driver's license.
What for?
So you'll know who I am. There. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, 738 Lakeside Avenue. That's right across the street. Brown eyes, 5 feet 8. Weight, 230 pounds.
I guess it's you, all right. Come in. Right in here. There's someone to see you, Craig.
Who is it?
Surprise, Craig. Santa Claus. I've come to see if you've been a good boy.
You're not Santa Claus. You're my father.
No, I'm not. I'm old Kris Kringle himself.
I thought you said you were Santa Claus.
It's the same thing. Now, have you been behaving yourself lately?
Sure. I've been in bed all the time. What have you got in the bag?
I got to check up on your record first. Let's see what it says about you in my little book here. Craig Bullard. I've got quite a few bad marks down here for you.
Let's see.
Yes, sir. Quite a few bad marks.
Let me see the book.
No, Sonny. Santa's book is confidential. Santa's quit grabbing.
Craig, get that under the covers.
Have you got a handkerchief, Craig?
Use your own.
Oh! Hey, blow your nose, Craig.
I don't need to.
That's the way he is all the time.
You don't have to tell me. You have to be patient with him. Poor little father. No father and mother here for Christmas. I think your record is good enough, Craig. Let's see what Santa's got in his bag.
Nuts, a book.
It's got pictures in it, Craig. Maybe you'll like it.
Nah.
There. The Child's History of England. Might be exciting.
What else have you got?
By George, if he was my kid. See what we have here. Here's something.
Feels like a toothbrush.
Yeah, it is.
A toothbrush for a Christmas present?
Well, it's useful. See what else Santa has in his pack here.
Another book?
Nope. Yes again.
I'll open it. Oh, boy, candy.
What's that, candy?
Just chocolates, miss.
She's not allowed to have it.
On Christmas?
She stinks.
Craig. I can't do anything with him.
Now, we must be patient. Remember, the little fellow doesn't feel well. Think I've got something here that'll cheer him up. There.
What is it?
Take the paper off. You'll see. Like it?
The sand toy. That's for kids.
You listen to me, you spoiled little brat.
Miss Dovers, don't let him touch me.
Go right ahead, Santa Claus. Do anything you want.
Right, George, for 2 cents, I'd whale the living daylights out of him. Shut up. I haven't even touched you. Shut up! Shut up and you can have a piece of candy. Here.
Hey.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, someone just came in downstairs. Mommy.
Well, here we are, Craig.
Daddy.
Now what's the matter?
He's my daddy. Who are you? What on earth?
Well, Mrs. Bullard, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Bullard.
Gildersleeve.
Yes.
Craig, darling, I'm so sorry we couldn't get here last night. Are you all right? Sure. Bring me any presents? I certainly did.
Well, I wasn't sure you'd get here, and I dropped over to see if Craig was all right. Brought him a few little things.
I hope Craig thanked you.
Yeah, Craig was his usual charming self. Well, I'll be running along. Why don't you all come over after a while and sing some Christmas carols?
Well, it'll depend on how Craig's feeling.
Bring him along. Glad to have him. Merry Christmas, Craig. Now, we don't need all this confusion.
Merry Christmas, Birdie.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, old goat, he would be the first. Oh, Merry Christmas, Judge.
Merry Christmas.
Well, and here's Floyd right behind you. Merry Christmas, Floyd.
Merry Christmas, Commissioner, Judge.
Nice to have you around.
Shall I bring in the punch now, Miss Gildersleeve?
The punch, by all means, Birdie, by all means.
Punch. Say, regular party.
Take Floyd's coat, Marjorie. Take the judge's coat, Leroy.
Okay. Can we start singing now, Unc?
I don't know. Why not? Floyd, will you do the honors at the Wembley?
I can make a stab at Jingle Bells.
Couldn't have a better starter. Come on, Marjorie, Leroy.
Hey, this is a real instrument.
It's a Wembley.
A fine piece of furniture, too.
Genuine Philippine mahogany.
You don't say. How's this for a key? Okay, that's fine. Right, let's start together and finish together.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
You were fine, Floyd. I had the wrong key. What else do you know?
Well, I know one thing. The professor's thirsty.
Yeah. Get some punch for everybody, Leroy, Marjorie. And don't drink any of it yourself.
Why not?
Well, because they're just enough for the grown-ups.
Doorbell! I got it.
Wait a minute. It's Eve Goodwin. I've got it.
Merry Christmas, Throckmorton.
Merry Christmas, Eve. Come in.
Well, aren't we going inside?
Why should we? The mistletoe's out here. I decided not to take any chances, Eve. Yeah? Hold still.
Throckmorton, I think you're stretching the meaning of the mistletoe.
Well, Christmas comes but once a year. Come in and sing some carols, Eve. All right, move over, Floyd. We got a real piano player now.
Now, Throckmorton, I'm not so wonderful.
Anybody that can read notes is better than Floyd.
Hey, can't hurt my feelings. Hi, Miss Goodwin.
Hello.
Hey, it's quite an outfit.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Say something, Miss Goodwin.
Well,
How about Joy to the World?
All right, fine.
Joy to the world.
Wait a minute, folks. I'll see who that is and we can start over.
We'll wait for you, Gildersleeve.
Compliments of the season, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy!
Merry Christmas, Commissioner.
Merry Christmas to you, Chief. Come on in, fellas. Throw your coats on the hall table there. Huh?
Greetings.
Merry Christmas, John.
We were just about to start Joy to the World, and now that the Chief's here, the bass is taken care of.
Yeah, besides whatever Phoebe sings.
Don't worry about me. I just float around.
You're all right, Peavy. Go ahead, Eve.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and earth will sing, and heaven and earth will sing, and heaven and angels sing.
Keep going, everybody. I'll go to the door.
Well, Gildersleeve, we thought we'd accept your invitation.
Glad to see you, Bullard. Mrs. Bullard?
Craig's playing with his toys, so we have a few minutes at least.
Glad you could come. I'm glad you're here. Listen to that wonderful singing. Now, aren't you just a little bit ashamed of yourselves?
What do you mean?
I know all about it. Going off and talking to lawyers about a separation.
I told you this was a small town, my dear.
Separation? Do you know where we've been? On a second honeymoon, celebrating our 15th anniversary.
Well, I told Peavy he was crazy. Come on in and sing, folks. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Gildersleeve.
Oh, Unky, Bertie wants to see you.
Bertie?
I think she's ready to go out now.
Oh, well, tell her to go ahead. Oh, no, I'll tell her myself.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Can I go now?
Yes, Bertie, and thanks for everything. And a Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
Bertie, before you go, wouldn't you like to come in and sing that carol? The one you sang at your church last year?
In there with all those people?
Oh, they love it. Come on, Bertie.
Well, if you say so.
Come on.
All right.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Bertie here has an old English Christmas carol she sings every year at her church. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yeah, please, Bertie, sing it. It's in the book there, Miss Goodwin. I think I can find it. Oh, here it is.
Oh, yes, it's lovely.
Lolly, thou little tiny child, bye-bye, lolly, 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 thou little tiny child, bye-bye, lolly.
That's wonderful, Bertie.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody.
This program was brought to you with the good wishes of the Kraft Foods Company.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day, someone waits for me.
Carpenter welcoming you to Philco Radio Time, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter, his chorus and orchestra, the Charioteers, Skitch Henderson, and starring Bing Crosby. As is Bing's custom at Christmas time, he opens the program with Adeste Fidelis, and as usual, he will sing it first in Latin, and then with a studio audience joining him singing it in English.
Yes, Ken, I think it would be very fitting if our guests here would join in a chorus. Come all ye faithful.
Bing, I think it'd be nice if the home folks, the folks listening in all over the world, would join in, too.
Oh, it would indeed. Gather round, folks, wherever you may be, and help us sing this eternal hymn. Adeste Fidelis, Lady Triumphantes, venite in Bethlehem. Natum videte, regem angelorum, venite ador.
Venite adoremus, venite adoremus Dominum.
And now everybody in the family key.
Oh, come, Lord, eleison, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Thank you very much. A couple of teenage tunesmiths around Hollywood here, Mel Tormey and Bob Wells, have penned an item which I consider quite appropriate for tonight. It's sort of a musical Christmas card. Skitch and I'd like to do it for you. It's called The Christmas Song.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make this season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa is on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you. this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
I imagine a Christmas program without jingle bells would be like Christmas without mistletoe or something. We're prepared. We're not going to disappoint you because John Scott Trotter has assembled a bouncy version of this perennial favorite. Looking at my libretto here, I see there are parts for the charioteers, the vocal group, sketch, and oh yes, Crosby catches a cadenza or two. Matter of fact, I open the affair vocally. Roll 'em, John.
Jingle, 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 jingle.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Jingle, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Yes, sir, and that little number just fractured the vocal group and the charioteers threw in 8,482 jingles and never dropped a jingle. This kind of vocal work will give you a lower plate wobble, I guess. And now, here's the Philco man with a sprig or two of vocal holly.
Well, thanks, Bing. I just wanted to extend the season's greetings to our friends everywhere on behalf of Philco, its distributors and dealers. In the words of Washington Irving, this is the season for kindling the fire of hospitality and charity in the heart.
Ken, you mean we're going to give away Philcos tonight?
No, Bing, we're not even going to mention them. However, from all of us here on Philco Radio Time, sincere wishes for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Oh, the halcyon days are here in radio, aren't they? Jolly Noel from us all. I guess White Christmas could stand one last delivery before the season ends.
Of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten, and children, listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
We now present Charles Tazwell's Christmas play, The Small One, a story for those who like Christmas and small donkeys. The same winter sun that dances on the winter snows up north sprawls indolently at ease in the thick white dust of El Camino del Norte, Old Mexico. A passerby, weary from the heat, has paused to rest in the cool, dripping shade of a pepper tree and has dropped off to sleep. He's suddenly awakened by the shrill voice of Pablo, aged 10, who stands with bare brown legs wide apart in the center of the road and bitterly addresses a small, discouraged, disreputable donkey.
A donkey? A donkey you call yourself a stupido? Fine animal with 4 stout legs, one on each corner, a most splendid tail to shoo off the flies, and a most handsome head stuck on the front to point the way you're going. I see. And what use do you make of this excellent equipment the good God has given you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You're a disgrace to all the donkeys of Mexico, of all the world, of all...
Pablo.
See? Oh, buenos dias. I did not know that...
What's all the commotion here, young man? What has the poor beast done that you should be so angry?
But nothing.
Well, then why are you...
Then that is all he wants to do, ever. Here it is but 2 days until Christmas, when a load of wood could be sold in the village to buy gifts and a candle. But does that matter to this one? No, he cares for nothing but nothing.
Well, a donkey's a donkey, Pablo. They're all the same.
But why? Why of all beasts should a donkey be so stubborn?
Stubborn? Oh, no, Pablo. That's wrong.
But he's always...
I know. Everyone says they are. They curse them and they belabor their backs with sticks and they call them stupid, but that's because they don't know the truth about little donkeys.
The truth?
Yes. It's really not stubbornness, but pride that makes small donkeys so aloof. No wind, sun, rain, pain, or adversity can touch them. You see, their pride is a shield against all the discomforts man or the elements can offer.
But what is a donkey to be proud of?
Oh, a great deal, Pablo. Bring your small beast over here in the shade, and I'll explain.
Come along, Cupido.
Listen. Listen, Pablo, do you hear that? Only a small donkey can make that sound with his hoofs as he walks on the stones of the road. No other beast can do it. Sit down. Sit down, my son.
Si, senor.
Now, as I was saying, people are all wrong about small donkeys. A very long time ago, a great honor came to one of them, an honor so great that it lifted him and all his descendants to an exalted place. A place that you or I or all the world might envy. Ever since that time, every small donkey has been content to stand and drowse in the sun or the shade. For he alone of all animals, of all men, has already fulfilled his destiny.
His destiny, senor?
Yes. You see, once upon a time there was a small donkey. He was 14 unhappy years old, and he had worked hard and long for at least twice 14 masters. He was battered and scarred, and he presented a most distressful appearance. His tail was naught but a piece of limp rope unraveled down at the end. One of his ears stood straight up like a cactus plant, while the other hung drooping like a wilted cabbage leaf. His off hind leg had a decided stiffness.
What was his name?
They called him the Small One. His latest master was a woodcutter who also owned 4 younger and therefore stronger donkeys, but Small One was the special charge of the woodcutter's son. It was the boy who saw to it that Small One always had dry straw for his bed, and that the load of wood to be carried to the town was not too heavy for Small One's aging back. But one day the woodcutter called his son to him. He said,
Son,
Yes, Father.
I have a task for you to do in the town, son.
A load of wood?
No. I wish you to take this donkey, the one you call the Small One, to a shop just inside the town gates. I have already spoken to the owner. He will give you a piece of silver in exchange for the beast.
You mean... Oh, you don't mean you're going to sell Small One?
He can no longer do his share of the work. Even when carrying half the load the other donkeys carry, his worn-out legs tremble and his sides work like a bellows.
But he'll be strong as the others soon. Will you wait and see? Give him a few weeks...
Enough. An old donkey is of little use. One day he might drop dead on us up in the hills, a total loss. Better to take a piece of silver and say good riddance to the beast. You will start at once. You hear?
Yes. Yes, Father.
The shop you will take him to is the second one on the left as you pass through the gates in town.
The second? But that's the tanner's.
And what of that? The Small One's hide is old, but it will make good leather.
But he's been faithful. He's worked hard. He's done his best. And you can't sell him to the tanner's to be killed.
Come now. I'll have no tears. No crying over a miserable donkey. Hurry, be off with you. And take good care not to lose that piece of silver on the way home.
And so, Pablo, the small boy and the small donkey began their sorrowful journey into town. The boy was heartbroken. He cried for a while. And then he tried desperately to think of some way to save his friend. The sound of the small one's hoofs on the road seemed to say over and over again, going to the tanner's, going to the tanner's. Suddenly it came to the boy's mind that there was a horse market in the town. If he could sell Small One to some new and kind master, the little donkey would still live, and yet the father would also have his piece of silver. Well, it was early afternoon when the boy and the Small One passed through the town gates and down the narrow, twisted streets to the marketplace.
And what am I offer to this fine animal, my friends? A mare whose sire was so famous that not the prince has ever set his back. Strong of limbs, sound of wind. Who'll start the bid at 50? 50! 50 it is! Who'll make it 51? Come, my friends. Are you going to let such an animal go for so paltry a sum?
Please, sir, would you like to buy a fine donkey?
What? What'd you say, boy?
This small donkey, he's for sale. Strong and willing. The price is very cheap, but one piece
No, I don't want to buy a donkey. Be off with you.
60 is the bid. That's more like it. Do I hear 62? Will someone say 62? Come, my friend. You'll never again get such a fine horse for so little cash. Look at the proud head. See the flowing mane.
Excuse me, please. This small donkey's for sale. Would you
What
like
is it you want, boy?
This fine animal, he can be bought for only one piece of silver. Isn't that a great saving? They're bidding 60 for the horse, and I know he can't do half the work a small one. Look, he's very...
Go away. Don't bother me.
But he's...
Go away, or I'll take a stick to both your backs. And now, my friend, I present
83 is the bid. Do I hear more? No! 83 once, 83 twice. Sold for 83 pieces of silver.
You've made a fine bargain, my friend. Now, who has the next animal for sale? Step up!
Please, sir, would you try to sell this small donkey?
Go away, boy.
Oh, but he's a very valuable animal. He's not nearly as old as he looks. It's just because he's worked so hard. And you're the one that doesn't stand up straight as a donkey should. Well, that was the fault of a careless master, not his own. He eats very little, and he's terribly strong.
This is a horse market, boy. We've no time to waste on donkeys.
But a small donkey would take such a small time.
All right, my boy. If you insist. My friends! A great bargain I have to offer you. The proud owner terms it a donkey. but it appears to me to be an animated pile of shaking bones.
Yes, not.
You can see how the moths have been at the hide. And the tail, is it a tail? Or is it the stub of a broom, worn out from sweeping the courtyard? A true museum piece, my friends, moldy with age and loose in the joints.
He is not.
But it is not seemly to laugh, my friends, because the owner assures me that this animal is fine enough to share a stall with the king's horses.
Stop! You shan't make fun of him. Maybe he's not as handsome as your animals, but he's better. He's a lot better. Small one deserves to be in a king's stable.
All right, boy. Take your donkey and move along. We've got business to attend to. Hurry up, off with you. Now that we've had our fun and disposed of the king's donkey...
So the boy and the little beast left the marketplace, Pablo. The hours were slipping swiftly by, and the boy knew he must start soon for home. That he must have the piece of silver to give to his father. He tried stopping people on the street. He inquired from door to door, but no one wanted to buy a small, tired donkey. The sun was sinking fast when he came at last back to the town gates, and he stood before the tanner's door. The boy's face was tear-streaked. The small one's head drooped so low that his limp ear almost touched the ground. The boy said goodbye to his small friend, asked forgiveness for what he had to do, and there was understanding in the little donkey's eyes. Then, just as the boy was lifting the latch of the tanner's door, a voice spoke to him.
My son.
Yes, sir.
I have a great favor to ask. Are you the owner of that small donkey?
Oh, yes, sir.
I have a long journey to make. My wife is not well. I have great need of a strong, gentle animal to carry her safely.
Small one's very strong and very trustworthy.
Yes, I can see. Would you sell him to me?
Yes, yes, sir. But for one piece of silver.
1 piece of silver?
Is that too much, sir?
Too much? Oh, no. A very reasonable price for such a beautiful animal.
He's not very beautiful, but he's good.
Yes, I can see that. I'll be kind to him. I promise you that.
Oh, then he'll work so hard to please you.
Here's your piece of silver. Come, small one.
Do you mind if I come as far as the town gates? You see, the small one and I...
Not at all. You'll want to say goodbye to him, of course. You can do that while I see my wife safely on his back. Here we are. Easy, small one.
Goodbye, small one. You must be very faithful. And it isn't forever, you know. When I grow up and earn many pieces of silver, I'll buy you back, and you'll have a fine stable and nothing to do at all but sleep and eat. Won't that be nice, small one?
All right, my son. We're ready to go.
Wait, traveler.
Yes, soldier?
I must make out the record before you can pass through the town gates. Who are you?
My name is Joseph.
And your wife?
They call her Mary.
Your destination?
Bethlehem.
Pass.
Come, small one. Goodbye, son.
Goodbye. Goodbye, small one. Be gentle and sure of foot. And carry her safe to Bethlehem.
So Pablo, the small one, traveled the many weary miles to Bethlehem. There in a stable which became a king's stable, he saw a king born. A king of men, of centuries, of life, of death. Yes, the small one's tired old eyes saw the shepherds and the wise men who came to pay homage to his small master. And he heard the voices of angels rejoicing, singing the very same notes his hoofs had rung out on the stones of the road. And then it came to pass that all those who had laughed at his ragged coat, his limping gait, and his drooping ear, they all envied the small one, for he was part of a great miracle. It was a long, long time ago, Pablo, my son, but today all small donkeys stand and they dream, especially at Christmas time. They dream of the small one of Bethlehem.
Silent night, holy night, so tender and mild. Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace.
This program is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.